make sure everything's working. Are you working? Well, at least got something going. All right, let's play some Disco Elysium. It is still loading. I'm a little impatient. I wanted to get started early today. I want to continue with the story. I am very curious as to what happens next. Elysium. To continue, can open. Equip a pry bar. Yeah, just start puking everywhere, kitty. Make sure you get it for the cameras. I guess there's no cameras. Make sure you get it for the microphone. The joys of owning a cat. I guess I don't own him. The joys of taking care of a cat. Okay, so somewhere around here. Old Fish Market at 2200. Your service weapon back. Past the fishing village until you see the boardwalk. Hey, there you go.
Put your hands where I can see them.
Aging woman under a mountain of police paraphernalia mumbles to herself, then notices you and reaches for her megaphone.
Show me your hands. This is the pigs. Show me your hands. Right now! Show me your hands! Right now!
Scavenged, battery-powered police lights protrude from her back. The flickering light show reveals a gun in her shaking hand. Her hand is trembling from some sort of neurodegenerative disease.
Madame, please drop the firearm immediately.
The man appears to be pulling out an object from his pocket.
Fear
under threat! Fear under threat! Superseding event. Split-second decision. Get on the ground! Get on the goddamn ground! Get on the ground! I want you on the pavement right now! This is the pigs! Subject yourself to a full body cavity search. Prohibited materials concealed in nostrils, ears, mouth, navel, urethra, foreskin, vagina, and rectum.
But I don't even have a rectum.
Be careful, detective. Don't do anything that might set her off.
You'll have to go for the gun sooner or later. Perhaps you can learn crucial facts before you do.
We can solve this peacefully. Please lower your weapon.
Officer in need of assistance! Suspect
Object to
alert!
American.
Get on the ground!
Ma'am, please. We want to help you, but you need to lower that weapon.
Just talk, alright?
Disturbance reported. Authorized deadly force. Sector, take the shot!
Alright, snap
Big
it.
red key! Big red key!
Big red key? That's code for the battering ram. Cop talk. You know this.
Please identify yourself, ma'am.
It's the goddamn police, shitbag! Cut the pavement! You're under arrest!
You're not the police. We're the police.
Back up! Back up!
There's no
Back
back
up! Status unconfirmed!
Yes, I'm the backup. Here to back you up. Lieutenant W. Friender, Harrier Dubois, 41st Precinct. This is my partner, Lieutenant Kitsuragi from the 57th.
No!
Faithful woman was shaking her head.
No. I thought Mr. Moran. Gareth!
So she raised her
Aggravated assault! Man down! Officers in pursuit!
There's a scenario unfolding in her head right now. It has nothing to do with what's happening here.
What's the situation, officer?
Lieutenant States dressing the woman.
Law enforcement compromised! Impersonating a police officer!
Does she not believe you two are actually police officers?
We really are cops. Look at my badge.
License and registration, license and registration. Come in, dispatch. Sector, Azimuth.
It's not a code, just disjointed words.
Time to get my gun.
She's frantic, confused, teetering under all that gear. There's an opening if you just move fast enough. If not, the lieutenant's got her in his sights.
I know myself. I know I'm gonna fail.
Sure, you're you, but how do we end this? She's not just gonna let you leave.
Gun, I'm coming.
Suicide by cop. Split-second decision. Eat lead, scumbag.
Oh my god. In your peripheral vision, the lieutenant releases the half-squeezed trigger.
God, I almost blew her head off.
This is offhand to wipe his forehead.
What is this? This isn't police issue. Police weapons have bullets. This isn't real.
Mm-hmm.
Police gun always have bullets. What is this? Why did you sell me this?
Gun lands on the wooden planks and tears run down her scratched cheeks.
Grab the gun, right now. This might be your only chance.
Picking up
No
the gun.
one ever cares anymore.
Her voice is growing fainter as
Why
she rocks back
would
and
they
forth.
treat me like this?
Great gears are grinding to a halt. The machine is powering down. She's all out of jolt.
Poor woman. We need to figure out what to do with her now.
Nobody's ever around. Nobody ever comes to visit me.
Very sorry this is how life turned out for you.
Her scratched skin is warm to the touch, but the person inside doesn't even know you're there.
What do you think has happened to her?
She's in a stupor. I've seen this before.
Lieutenant replies.
God knows for
like the
how
Captain
long.
Woman.
Could be days when they get like this.
But why was she like this in the first place?
Honestly, I don't know. Dementia, probably. Dementia and Channel 8. And loneliness.
You're probably right. Loneliness.
Yeah. Looks like a bad case. But the question is what to do with her right now.
Gives woman a compassionate look. Should we just arrest
I
her?
don't think there's any need for that. In her current state, and without a gun, she isn't really a threat to anyone. We could let Titus know. This is a perfect problem for the local peacekeepers to handle. They might even know her family.
Yeah, Titus sounds like the man for this.
Then we
job.
can ask him once we get back to the whirling. But we have to hurry, because it's late, and they might have already gone home. But I think we are done here for now. Let's head out. This is done.
Please, leave the radio on.
She turned to leave. The faintest of voices comes from the woman. She mutters, seems like a reflex of half a
Reflex to what? Being left alone. She stands motionless. Just a heap of clothes and fleshes now. Maybe if you search her once more. The woman stands slumped. She looks catatonic under her mountain of RCM paraphernalia.
Pick up the RCM cap.
She doesn't even flinch as you reach out and disentangle the familiar-looking lieutenant's cap from her mountain of RCM paraphernalia.
Oh, is that yours?
It's hard to say. It's been so long since you wore yours.
Maybe. Probably. You know me.
It's your hat.
Shake her
The
shoulder.
old woman doesn't react to your touch.
Leave for B. Whew. You got 5 skill points. Well, I have my gun now. Got my authority back. Rush back to the Hardy Boys. On the way, we can call in the dead body we found.
There's a trap in the reeds at your feet. Looks like the same one you saw Morel set before. Same mesh, same wiring.
Look around it.
The reeds bend forlornly toward the sand. Snow covers the broken stalks like a shroud, and they shimmer, ghostly, in the darkness. In the east, the city center hums to you. The constant, distant song, louder on this part of the coast, nearer somehow. And there's that cold again. Always the cold. Locusts are crawling around in the trap, confused but uneaten. You see no carnivorous reed phasmid gorging on them.
Big surprise. Anyway, 1 down, 3 to go.
It'll be the next one. Sure.
Surely. Anyway, the air is nice and fresh here.
Pete looks at the sea, and then at you as you put the trap back down to the ground. See if we can catch the Hardy Boys and tell them about this difficult woman. And we'll radio in. We'll see if we can make contact with the commies in the apartment complex, and then I think it may be it for today. Hey, the Hardy Boys are still here. Good deal.
The Coppernado is back. What do you want?
Old catatonic woman in the old fish market, the other side of the bay. She needs some help.
What's that, Copper? You want us to help little old ladies now?
You're local law enforcement, aren't you?
What's in it?
Helping troubled civilians should fall under your jurisdiction.
Yeah. We'll send someone out. Who is? Wait. It's the pigs, isn't it?
Oh yeah, that's her.
God. Poor
Except
lady.
it's a cat.
Don't worry. We'll handle this. I think she got some family in Courong or something. Bastards left her alone when she got sick. We've been getting complaints.
Well, she's unarmed now. You're welcome.
Hey, wasn't Everard's B team looking for her the other day? They said something about her, I don't know, finding something?
Yeah, I think you're right, Gene.
Just give him a
She had
beer
something of
salute.
yours, Big.
Whatever you do not admit to these punks you lost your gun. You will suffer if you do.
Nope, didn't have any.
No? Well, whatever then, Copper.
Tyus chugs his beer down and wipes his
No. They totally said what it was. What was it?
Thinking
Anyone
over the
remember?
corner.
I don't remember. I was fucking drunk.
Tattooed man scratches his head with his knife.
Let me know if you figure it out back there. Now, anything else we can help you with?
Big man says, "What is her name? I mean, her real name."
Auntie LaPlante, we always called her. Something LaPlante.
Takes off his cap, scratches.
Marianne, amigo.
Marianne LaPlante.
Be anything else you wanted to know?
Who was she?
Was, like before, just an old lady. Her kids moved away years ago. Never come to visit. Never took her calls. She gets out every now and then. She did right by lots of us when we were kids. Always was a little off, but still.
He swirls his beer.
Us kids? That must have been ages ago. She was better then.
Where'd you get all her cop gear?
Dunno.
Titus
She
starts
lives
shrugging.
by the water. Shit washes up all the time on the beach.
Police paraphernalia doesn't just wash up on the coast, people. It's not like we dump it at night. She bought it, collected it.
How did she get like
Get
this?
wanted to be a cop, you mean? Well, she...
Froze his brow and thought.
Shit. I don't actually know. Anyone know why she started acting like a pig?
No fucking clue. It's gotta be the crazy. Who'd want to be a pig?
Can't help but feel partially responsible for the unhealthy culture this poor woman latched onto, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, you should be.
Tattooed mess sinks into his seat, unsure how to respond.
Whatever, Cole. Don't worry about it. We'll take care of our own.
Thanks for helping out with this one, Titus.
No problem, old cop man. We take care of our mentally ill here in Martinez. Ain't that right, boys?
Sure enough, we're the real heroes on these streets.
I want to go over a few things regarding Ruby's disappearance.
Yeah? What?
What was she scared
I
of?
told you. You.
Me as in the RCM?
No, you. As in the cop with the sideburns and the disco clothes.
I'm sorry. God, why does everything flee at the sight of my shadow?
It seems you have that effect. Especially on women.
He looks at you. Literally the sorriest cop on earth.
Right. That's the second one now who's trying to flee you.
You know, when I first saw you limping here, I thought she was paranoid or sniffing her own supply. But now I'm not so sure.
What else did Ruby tell you about me?
She said you have a funny taste in clothes and that you won't stop.
Won't stop?
Until you have something on her. She said she's heard of you from Jamrock, that you're a human can opener, that you play suspects against each other, open them up like cans.
And then when they're all empty, just move onto the next can. Don't look back unless there was something you missed.
Fucking hell.
Tattooed man shakes his
Titus,
head.
did he just...
Open Angus up like a can? Yes, he did. Now, we can whine about it, whack him, or we can go on with our lives. I'm having a go on with our lives kind of day, Al. How about you?
It's not an actual question. Silence. He nods.
Is that true, Kim? Am I can opener?
You are insistent.
He nods. Anything else?
Yeah,
Anything?
there was something else. She wouldn't tell me, though. I could see she wanted to. It was burning on her lips. This cop, Titus. This cop, he... But she was too scared.
Everard has a file on you, but that's bogus. What she knows comes from somewhere else, from Jamrock. It must be real stuff.
Thanks for the review, Titus.
Anything else you want, Cobb?
I'm gonna take off now. I am a can opener, alright.
Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme.
Let her know her hubby's found.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
Ran into your husband on the coast.
Goodness, how is he? Did he say why he hasn't returned yet?
Old woman clasped her hands together over a blanket.
He's fine, ma'am. As we had suspected, he couldn't get back earlier because the water lock on the canal was broken. Now he's just finishing up some work.
Oh, yes. That's my Morel. He's bound to catch a cold staying out there for so long. But I am so relieved to hear that he's okay. Thank you for putting an old woman's heart at ease, if even a little.
You haven't, however. There are dangers out there. Our aging body's foul. Her heart won't rest until Morel is safely back with her.
You never told me you'd seen a plasma.
Oh, you don't want to hear about some old woman's ramblings.
No, I really want to know.
Reflexively, the lieutenant read his familiar notebook.
Well, it was summer. I was building a racing track out of sand on the beach near a tall stand of reeds. Quite a tall one. Many times my height, I remember. When, all of a sudden...
Wait, where was this and how old were you?
I'm getting ahead of myself. I was 5.5 in Betancourt in the suburbs. My grandmother had a summer home there.
Betancourt got bombed in the war. It used to be quite near, circa 20 kilometers from here.
All right, and what happened?
The strangest moment of my life. I looked up and one of the reeds moved. Not like a plant, but like a living thing. It stood up and looked at me. Its body unfolded like some antique toy. I've never seen anything like it. I didn't know this can happen, so I reached my arm and touched the thing. It felt just like a stalk of reed, but it moved, swaying, towering above me. After a while,
Looks at me.
20 seconds, a minute maybe, it left, went into the reeds.
And did you follow
I
it?
tried, but I was only a child. There was mud and high water. I couldn't see it anymore. I was just standing there knee-deep in mud, looking around me.
And then what?
I ran back home to my grandmother and asked her if reeds could walk, and told her they were looking at me.
She chuckles.
Of course, she just laughed at me, but I knew what I'd seen. For years, it was a story I told at parties when I wanted to impress boys. That sort of thing.
Brushes her hair.
Of course, most people just took it as a strange, amusing anecdote. So did I, honestly. But then I met Morel. We were on our first date when I told him my story. You should have seen his face.
She smiles.
He said my descriptions matched the phasmid down to a T. Its white marble limbs, the way it moved.
So that's how they met. This is beyond significant for them.
Its limbs are white.
Not all of them, as far as I remember. Some of them, on the inside, like stalks of marble, if that makes sense.
How big was it?
It's hard to say how big things are when you're quite small yourself. To me, it seemed to be taller than I was then, but that's probably not the case.
What if it is the case?
Were you on a
Our
date?
first, yes.
Old woman size 2.
The sigh is tender. The sigh is tender, yes, but tempered by something else. A thought she can't express. Interesting.
Lena, maybe you imagined this.
Of course. I've thought about it. But Morel says my report matches with the others. And I'm sure I hadn't heard of the phasmid as a child. Nor had my mother or my grandmother. So how did I know what to imagine? It was only when I started telling my story as a teenager that boys would tell me, Lena,
She lowers her voice, imitating a boy.
you trying to tell us you saw the Insulindian phasmid out there in those reeds? Get out of here.
She smiles.
They just give me a cider and ruffle my hair and tell me to stop dreaming. But I saw it.
Okay, Kim, what do you think of this?
I thought it was a wonderful story, man.
Closes his notes and give her a simple
But I
smile.
don't believe it. A child left unattended on a warm day. Children make up stories and then end up believing them.
Thank you for sharing this.
You're
with me.
welcome, sweetie. I do appreciate the chance to relive it whenever I get one. It was just
She smiles.
such an impossibly sunshiny day. So warm.
That's all for now, ma'am. All right, we're gonna do something with this.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing.
Conceptualization. Powers activate.
Just an ordinary wall.
I
Nothing
want
to
to
see
see this
here.
wall.
Because you see it, finally. This wall is sublime. Look at it. The shadows, the colors.
Let the conceptual joy flow into your pupils and blossom into thoughts in your brain.
All the other walls on all the other houses must make a pilgrimage in adoration of this, the uncontested pinnacle of wallcraft, color peeled from the very face of God.
More.
O wall father,
Kim, I must paint this wall. Add even more beauty to it.
Huh? He sounds tired of it all. Cindy the Skull has all the necessary materials. Talk to her.
First, I know you're tired, Kim. But take another look at this wall. Draw nourishment from its beauty.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
The lieutenant looks at the wall reluctantly and then back at you. I must talk to Cindy, get the necessary materials.
If you must.
He sighs and adds in a resigned tone.
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The number on the panel says 10. This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says number 11. No reply.
All right. After 2200 in the Cape Side Apartments, I mean, this is the right spot, isn't it? All right, Cindy. Give up the goods.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Because I can affect the world said their best.
I don't believe it. I've never known those boys to have manners.
They seem to hold you in high esteem.
They'll never be skulls, but...
She softens.
But their hearts are in the right place.
Skulls are silly. What are you even trying to
She
achieve?
throws you a conspiratorial glance, then presses her finger to her lips and squints up at the sky, as though straining to hear something in the distance.
Have you noticed the quiet? Every so often, you might hear a gunshot pierce the air somewhere in Jamrock. But in Martinez, no gunshots, no sirens, The people are languishing in boredom and complacency. This place is a sepulchre. We'll paint it red. We bring the raucous. You bring the sirens.
She's making a valiant effort to come off as a nihilist, but she's really just an angry little commie. No wonder she was talking about the streets flowing red. That's what happened during the revolution.
So it's like being a skull and a communist.
You got me, pig shit. I don't make for a very good skull. I like animals too much. Simians and pigs.
But I'm still gonna write some damn good graffiti-o on this wall.
Cindy, I need some paint and your brush
What
too.
for?
For art. It's for art, okay?
Well, if it's for art, but
Eyes
what
never
kind of
slits.
art are we talking about?
Grand art. Art deluxe. The artsiest art. The most groundbreaking.
Let
the-
me stop you right there, Piggy. You have
Here's your
no
fingering
idea, do you? No idea. No brush? Fuck off.
To crush your man's dreams like that, I hope you're happy.
There, Piggy. I guess art just isn't really you. 'Cause you suck. In life and in everything.
Don't have to explain your artistic intentions.
They do say the painter always paints his own portrait.
Man, that's
No,
lame.
no, it's great.
I'm gonna paint a self-portrait, but sort of, from the inside to show people what it's like.
That's pretty fucked up. Even for you, piggo.
What if I had some interpretive dance?
I think everyone would rather you didn't.
Okay, I won't do that. Just give me some paint and a brush. I need to do some
You're
art.
a real sad sack. You know that? Go ahead then.
She drops her paintbrush
Art
in the
it
pedal
up.
below.
Just try not to hurt yourself. And no self-portrait.
Thanks, Cindy.
Oh, but I'm all out of fuel oil.
Fuel?
He looks at the paint dripping down the wall and back at her, struck with a sudden realization.
That wasn't paint. It was heavy fuel oil, marked red for use by government vehicles.
What do you think I was using? Aquarels?
You know what you should be able to find in your government-issued vehicle? Red-dyed heavy fuel oil.
Right on. No way I'm settling for paint if even children are painting with fuel oil.
That beautiful wall deserves nothing less.
Kim, my friend, would you be willing to sacrifice some of your fuel oil for art?
My fuel oil is for my kinema. Use your own fuel if you are unable to contain your artistic impulses, but please, leave my kinema out of it.
Catch you later, Cindy.
The spread pattern of these bullet holes makes your chest ache. Your breath grows heavier. More old bullet holes. Half a century at least. From the revolution.
Examine
you
them
peer
closer.
into the faded marks in the stone. They peer back like an endless row of tiny black holes. Sweat starts trickling down your brow. Your chest feels tight looking at them. It's closing in, caving in, ever tighter. Your breathing grows even heavier.
You okay there?
Man, I started feeling rather bad for a second.
Might be the after effects of your past escapades.
What's
What are
with
you
all these-
looking at?
What's all these bullet holes? I've seen a lot of them.
Remnants from the revolution. These are over half a century old.
Is there something we should do about
No,
these?
we are not constructors and renovators. And these bullet holes do not warrant an investigation.
Okay, but what can you tell me about the revolution?
Not much. I don't have a fresh perspective on it. Should we go?
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk drawn. This door has been closed with a padlock. The shackle snaps like a twig, and the lock falls to the floor with a little thud. It should be possible to enter now.
After you, detective.
Flamboyant poster of a White Star, real lithography.
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns. The name on the plinth reads, Kraz Mazov. Honestly, he does kind of look like you after all.
Father Mazov, hero of the working class.
Whoever lives here definitely shares your enthusiasm.
They're closer to inspect the photos of revolutionaries on the wall.
There aren't many communists around. Not after the revolution. Some youth still keep the ideology going, it seems.
Kim, you have to admit this Kraz Mazov bears a striking resemblance.
Hold on a second. Is this why you broke in here? To find out whether you're Kraz Mazov?
I have to consider and investigate all possibilities.
Except that Kraz Mazov is dead. He's been dead for 50 years now.
Just humor me for a moment. Don't you see the resemblance?
Well, you both do seem to share an affinity for sideburns. But it seems like old Kraz here didn't drink nearly as much as you.
Maybe this old bus shows him before he started drinking.
Very well. Let's look for identifying features then. Doesn't he have a birthmark right here? What about you?
I can't tell. I can't see myself.
All right. But here's the big thing. Kraz Mazov looks Samaran, and you don't.
I'm part Sumerian myself.
Okay, you win. Be Kraz Mazov then. I don't care. Why are you so hell-bent on proving that you're Kraz Mazov anyway?
Because I'm a communist.
All right, Kraz. You fought in the revolution and everything, if you say so.
Lieutenant notes. Why does the Lieutenant have a bust of him? In
The White Star, the photos on the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment of a young communard.
Looks around
How
with a
fitting.
remark to himself. Photos of revolutionaries posing with guns. Books of critical theory and the monstrosities of capital and such. The lounge jacket. RCM commander's jacket. I got the RCM hat. What kind of pants do I have on? Intercellulary trousers. Got these nice shoes. Got the body armor. Got the glasses.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Catch you later, Cindy. Can't understand why he would kill himself. He's such a great man. Says the little communist. Alright, let's try this up here. I don't know where exactly I'm supposed to be meeting this meeting of communists.
As you approach the metal grill, you can hear several voices having what appears to be an animated discussion. This must be it. Beyond this
Okay, there
door
you go.
lies the beating heart of radical communism in Martinez.
Just look at these pigs sniffing about after hours.
Why didn't you say the secret door is right behind you?
Must have slipped my mind. You know how it goes.
Gives you a lackadaisical shrug.
The metal grill is cool to the touch. You notice the lieutenant is looking uncustomarily anxious. His posture is rigid. His right hand hovers near the zipper of his jacket.
You okay, Kim?
Oh, I'm fine. I was practically born to infiltrate underground communist cells.
He takes a quick look over his shoulder.
Which is just to say, we should be prepared for any eventuality.
Try to
You
listen.
can make out at least 2 separate voices. The voices are male, you think. Beyond that, you can't tell. The
Hang on,
clang
bro.
of metal reverberates all along the scaffolding. The voices coming from the other side fall silent.
Who's there? Is that you, Maurice?
Aren't you all communists? I'm looking for some
Who
communists.
said communist? Did we say communist? Get out of here.
Listen, I've already built like 0.0001% of communism, but I need to get organized. Can you help me?
For a moment, silence.
What's the passphrase?
It's remember Dobreve and Abanadze.
There's no response. You begin to wonder whether they've slipped out some back way.
Alright. The key's taped to the back of the door frame. Just make sure you put it back when you're done, or we'll all be locked out. And don't watch the concrete. It just kind of falls away. In places.
Yeah, that seems to happen.
Charmant. After you, detective.
Have fun at your underground meeting, pig. Hope it's a blast.
The 2 young men are either oblivious to or ignoring your entrance. Their attentions are fixed on whatever it is they're stacking in the middle of the floor.
Hey, you're playing with dominoes.
I think it's holding, Alexis.
It is. It's holding.
It's definitely not holding. Those matchboxes are stacked so haphazardly, it's like they want them to collapse.
Careful, careful.
Dang it, not again.
Damn, hardly any difference.
Youngman shakes his head and looks up at you and the lieutenant with barely concealed irritation.
You two, you are late.
They should know the meeting starts at 10 p.m. sharp.
Companion looks at you and squints.
One leader and one follower. The most ancient power dynamic.
Always 2 there are.
Don't let them see you flustered, sire. Play along.
My apologies, comrades. I had to make sure I wasn't being tailed by our class enemies. Young man considers you for a moment.
We all have to take precautions, especially during these delicate times. What matters is that you've made it, and that you've done the reading.
Yes, the reading. That's definitely a thing I did.
Uh-oh. No one said anything about reading. You'll just have to wing this one.
Kim, did you do the reading?
No, detective. The only reading I've been doing is right here.
Lieutenant holds up his little blue book.
He seems to be wagging the notebook at you, as though he suspects you may have forgotten why you're here.
I have not had time to seek out pretentious communist book clubs, nor have I done their reading.
It doesn't sound like they've done the reading, Steban.
Well, this is getting awkward. I'm not sure what you're expecting to find here then.
Maybe they can explain themselves.
What exactly are you two doing?
In the
here?
most generous sense, I would say we're cultivating revolutionary consciousness.
Yes, that's probably the best way to describe it.
But more specifically, we're running a reading group. The most rigorous and theoretically advanced materialist reading group in Martinez.
Comrade Steban is a great discussion leader. One of the best at the university.
It's obvious they take this group of theirs extremely seriously. Whatever you do, don't compare it to a common book club.
Sounds like a place for intense intellectual engagement. Exactly my kind of jam.
That's our whole thing. World is so shallow, all noise and repetition. We're interested in genuinely radical critique.
Precisely. We are not interested in senseless parroting. We like to read critically.
Within the contours of Mazovian historical materialism, of course.
Didn't realize they taught radical Mazovian theory in the universities.
Huh. As though you can call that problem teaching.
One thing you learn quickly at university is that you're not going to find a real education in any lecture hall or discussion seminar.
We are post-attendance, basically.
Exactly. The only worthwhile part of the so-called École Normale de Revachol is the library. That's where we've made our greatest critical strides.
Okay, so what does your reading group actually read?
We study all the foundational texts of Mazovian theory, of course. Just last week we finished the second volume of Puncher and Watman's Innocence of Capital.
Truly extraordinary.
And before that we spent 6 weeks on state and plasm.
For some reason, the word plasm catches in your ear like a piece of old wax. Uh-oh. You can feel your attention span rapidly deteriorating.
Let your mind wander.
Your attention detaches. The voices of the young men fade away. It's a cool evening, you notice.
Look around the
Your
room.
eye drifts over the detritus and mismatched furniture. It naturally gravitates toward the pieces of canvas that cover a missing stretch of wall. The way they billow in the night breeze reminds you of something.
A woman's skirt swelling in the breeze.
The thought is almost too much to bear. What you wouldn't give to glimpse the bare legs behind it. The more it hurts, the more you have to have it. Slowly, too slowly, the pain fades from your side. You turn your attention to the two young men, who appear just about finished.
And before that, there was Abelard's in Pain Infernal.
But, of course, our special emphasis is on the theories of Ignace Nilsson and his followers, especially the inframaterialists.
I know who Krasmazov is, but who's this Ignace Nilsson guy?
Only Krasmazov's most trusted lieutenant, the evangelist of the revolution, and the founding father of the People's Republic of Samara.
It's hard to overstate how unimpressed he is that you've never heard of this world historical individual.
He also happens to be the greatest communist theorist after Mazov himself. It was Nilsson who first postulated the existence of ideological plasm, which forms the basis of inframaterialist theory.
Those words again. You've got to find out what this inframaterialist stuff is all about. Whatever it is, one thing's perfectly clear. These young students have a much deeper understanding of communism than you do. You could learn a thing or two from them. If you can convince them you're one of them. The young man sighs. His companion looks about furtively.
Is the reading group accepting new members?
We typically only accept new members once per semester. There's this whole process with essays and presentations on assigned topics.
Young man turns to his companion.
But given that we have some extra seating at the moment, I guess we could be convinced to expedite an application or two.
Steban, you can't be serious. For these gendarmes?
I am serious. As materialists, we've got to adapt to conditions as they are. Besides, he'll still need to pass the interview portion of the entrance process.
Turns back to me.
Assuming he's even still interested, that is.
Where's the rest of the
What do you mean? This is the reading group.
So there's just two of you?
We're in something of a rebuilding phase.
Some of our former comrades didn't have the ideological fortitude our work demands.
Okay, but what happened?
Intellectual attrition is maybe the best way to describe it. Felix said he couldn't keep up with the reading on top of his classwork. And Susanna wanted to read text other than Mazovian theory. Like novels, if you can believe it.
Imagine the audacity of wanting to read a novel in a reading group.
Novels. Unbelievable.
See? Even the gendarme gets it.
We've tried recruiting new members, but unfortunately the current intellectual climate is pretty hostile to inframaterialist thought. These days, if you're on the left, the ascendant schools are the Godwallians and their iconoclasts.
Don't forget about Maurice and the turnips.
Right. Then there was the whole turnip debacle.
Say something about turnips?
It's an unfortunate story. You see, our ex-comrade Maurice is something of an economist.
He's studying macro and microeconomics.
Well, a real intellectual, it sounds like.
Lieutenant arches his eyebrows.
Right. So a few weeks ago we were discussing the extra physical capabilities of the revolutionary state. And Morris said, what were his exact words, Ulex's?
It was unbelievable. He said, turnips don't care if they are grown by communists, moralists, or Vulcan. They grow just the same.
Just a minute. Steban, Ulixis. Why do those names ring the faintest of bells? You should get to the bottom of this when you have the chance.
Basically, he was rejecting the whole foundation of inframaterialist theory.
What is this inframaterialist business they keep blathering about? You've never heard of anything like it.
So, remind me what inframaterialist theory says about turnips again?
Simply that under suitably revolutionary conditions, crop yields naturally increase relative to non-revolutionary crops, which Morris somehow has the gall to deny.
So, communists grow more crops just because. All right, I'll be right back. Hey.
Hi. Should I do?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I'll get my...
We get some water also. So this crops grow better for communist nonsense was stuff that both Stalin and Mao claimed, and it led to starvation in both places. Turns out not the most effective monetary policy.
Susanna said that he has been hanging out with some non-communists lately.
For us, the question boiled down to, if you don't even accept the basic ideas of Nielsen and inframaterialist theory, why are you in the reading group?
So you expelled him from the reading group over an argument about turnips.
Well, it wasn't so much that he was expelled.
He just quit coming. We haven't seen him around for weeks.
What about Cindy? Is she part of the group?
Cindy is... how to describe her role?
Something of an ideological auxiliary, perhaps.
Yes. That's exactly how I would put it. And naturally, we support her radical counter-liberal aesthetics.
He if you're going to be using your computer, I need to have a monitor up. So if somebody responds, I can see it. So I'm gonna...
Oh, okay. Then we will move that back up and I'll just like here.
Cool. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Counter-liberal aesthetics.
But she refuses to submit an essay, so we can't call her a member of the group per se.
That doesn't stop her from using a room for studio space, of course.
So, who are the iconoclasts?
For starters, they love talking about beans.
Kitty.
Beans?
That's right. Iconoclasts are obsessed with beans. They love thinking about beans. They love counting beans. But most of all, they love building models to predict how many beans there'll be in the future.
Nota bene, iconoclast is an extra pejorative form of the already pejorative name, Mazovian economists, a moderate school of Mazovianism which advocates the gradual transition to communism through carefully managed economic modernization rather than violent social revolution.
They're by far the most bean-centric school of communism.
What's wrong with making progress through moderate economic reform?
Oh, please. There's nothing moderate about their love for counting beans. If I were a Gottwaldian, I would probably diagnose them with Bohnenfixierung. You see, iconoclasts claim to be communists, but in reality they're just liberals with hard-ons for spreadsheets.
And the Gottwaldians, what's so bad about
They're
that?
the most depressing school of communism. They love writing long books with a patina of Mazovian theory to cover up their cheap psychologizing.
A gang of cheap psychologists and intellectual midgets.
Companion sneers.
Typical Gottwalders, in other words.
It's okay for Uli to say that, because his dad is from Gottwald.
What's depressing about their theories?
The Gottwald school believe that intellectuals as a class are incapable of sparking revolutionary change. So all they can do is critique capitalism from inside itself.
I see.
In other words, they have lost faith in their own relevance.
Right.
That's why they spend all their time smoking cigarettes and writing long works of criticism that make you want to commit suicide.
Sounds rewarding, actually.
If it were, they wouldn't keep committing suicide. You see, the Gottwald school look like communists. They talk like communists. But scratch the patina and you'll see beneath that they're just depressed liberals who've read too many books.
And what about the liberals? Are they liberals too?
Of course not. The only people who actually call themselves liberals are mouth-foaming reactionaries.
Basically indistinguishable from fascists. You'd need an X-ray machine to tell the difference.
Right, I've heard enough. Let's talk about
Go
something
ahead.
else. Vincent, you belong in the group.
Is it getting warm in here? There seems to be a little pool of sweat forming in the depression of your lower back.
Why is this happening? I thought I had my shit together.
You did. You must be extremely nervous for some reason.
Definitely not sweating, no sir.
Excellent work. Now there's a dark handprint on the back of your shirt. Everyone will be able to see the evidence of your overactive sweat glands.
I'm not nervous. I'm a superstar.
Oh, totally. A superstar breaking out in a cold sweat.
It's because I don't do well in interviews.
No, you're terrible at them. The thought of everyone looking at you, judging you, makes you want to heave, frankly.
Why am I getting so worked up? They're just a couple of kids.
Let's be frank. They're probably way smarter than you. You bet they've read more books than you can even name. You've been quite studious these past few days. You should be able to handle whatever they want to throw your way. The hardest part will just be working up the nerve to ask without soiling yourself.
Everything all right, gendarme? You look a little green about the gills.
You wrote that article in La Fumée, didn't you?
You've read our article.
The first time you met the young man, words seemed to desert him.
That I did not expect.
Companion's blushing now, sheepish grin on his face.
Well, don't keep us on tenterhooks. What did you think of the essay?
Time to meet these two on the intellectual battlefield. Why don't you show off those highly developed critical faculties of yours?
It was a good article. You should keep developing your
Well,
ideas.
of course, that's just an initial foray into the subject. We're hoping to return to it for a more substantial treatment next term. In any case,
I'm glad our piece found its audience. That's always the hope with these things, you know.
What are you doing in these matchboxes just now?
The young man frowns at the little pile of boxes on the floor.
Nothing, just messing around until the meeting started.
They're watching those matchboxes awfully intently for two guys who are just messing around. It's almost as though they were trying to create the most unstable structure they could.
Ah, that sounds like communism.
With predictable results.
So, do the reading group have anything to do with the lynching?
Lynching? No. We're not an operational cell.
We think of ourselves as more of an intellectual vanguard.
Is your reading group affiliated with the union somehow?
No, we're an independent organization.
He says proudly.
We acknowledge and respect the union's efforts, but our interests are more theoretical than Mr. Clare's.
He speaks the truth.
Alright, so what's your group's stance on the lynching?
Our stance? What? Does he want to know if the SRV has established a party line on the lynchings in Martinez?
Young men look at each other.
Though historically speaking, the SRV has supported direct action against right-wing paramilitary squads. Especially when they are doing the Indo-Tribes' dirty work.
Good point. So as a provisional matter, I can say we support it.
Are they being sarcastic? You feel like you're caught in some elaborate joke labyrinth, but it's impossible to see your way through.
So what's your stance on crime in general?
That's easy. Crime is simply the inevitable expression of the injustice and incoherence embedded within capitalism itself. It's a symptom, in other words, not a cause.
Waves his hand as though this is all there is to say with this.
His companion can barely suppress a yawn.
Are there any operational communists in Martinez?
No, unfortunately. The communards were hunted down and killed nearly to a man. All that's left of them are bones and old rifles.
That's too bad.
It's a world historical nightmare,
Yeah,
one
that's
from
a
which
great
we've yet to awaken.
A moment of silence. They're waiting for you to speak.
Well, that's enough for tonight. Will you still be here if I have more questions?
Sure.
Get to get
We're
some
here
more.
most every night. Maybe we'll catch you again.
Sleep well, gendarme.
Are you trying to talk to me?
I need to improve my composure. Someone just left these mess boxes here. Try to think about the cracks spidering out across the floor. Rickety easel, surrounded by pots of gouache. Cindy's, no doubt. Poster reads under the cobblestones communism. This one says, no war but class war. Construction vest. Coffee. Okay. I'm not trying to look at the bolt cutters. I want the reflective construction vest. No, I don't. This jacket I have is the best. Alright. Let's try this again.
The gendarme returns. What do you need?
I'm guessing these pots of gouache belong to Cindy?
Yeah, it's hers. She just sort of moved it all in a few months ago.
She said if she's going to make truly radical art, she needs a suitably radical workspace.
And I don't think she could afford rent at an actual studio.
Do you like her art?
Oh, sure. It's definitely interesting, I would say.
Interesting. Isn't that just binoclard for I don't have a real opinion?
I thought interesting was what people said when they don't have anything real to add.
His companion's eyes widen with interest. He has a cold smile.
Come on. It's not that I don't have anything to say about Cindy's art. It's more that I'm still working out the details. It's a complex question. You've got to take your time with it. I guess you could call her latest stuff a sort of counter-bourgeoisie calligraphy. She's got a real taste for radical slogans.
It's too bad she hasn't developed the theoretical foundation to do truly radical work.
I think she'll get there, though. She's still looking for a subject equal to her ambitions.
Now I'm wondering, what's the deal with this place?
The deal? At a fundamental level, I guess you could call it the shattered bones of a dream crushed by capital.
That's really good, Steban. You should save that for an essay.
Thanks, Uli. When the idea is sound, the words just sort of flow.
Yes. Now keep developing the idea.
If this place is the shattered bones, then that must make us the bone weevils.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Not as good as Steban's original idea, though.
Okay, let's move
Go
on.
ahead.
I belong in the reading group.
Okay, you got this. You got this. Just open your mouth. What are those sounds? They're like the last mumblings of a mortally wounded badger. There's nothing you can do. It's like your lips have been glued together.
Everything in order, detective?
Shake your head
As in, no, everything is not in order? Can you give me a negative, detective?
What are you worried about? You've read plenty of books. Why don't you take a little pause, come back once your mind's clear?
Is everything all right?
Young man.
Is he trying to say something?
It seems he's lost his words. A case of momentary aphasia, it looks like.
Lieutenant does not appear overly concerned.
It wouldn't be the first neurological episode you've experienced on this case.
These things happen with him sometimes. I recommend a change of subject.
This isn't going to work. Maybe there's some other way you can prove yourself to them.
Listen, there's got to be some other way I can prove myself to them.
Some other way? If you're not much of a reader, why are you so dead set on joining this reading group?
It's important that I further my critical studies.
I suppose we are all here to advance our studies in some form or another. But to be perfectly frank, I just don't see it happening.
Stepan, a moment.
Young man's companion beckons him for a
What?
private conference.
Really? You're saying, but there's no way... Uh-huh. Yes. Okay. I am listening.
A note of real uncertainty in his voice.
All right, Gendarme. Comrade Ulexes and I have conferred about it. And we've come up with an alternative way for you to convince us of your commitment to the group.
What's that?
The young man gives his companion an uncertain glance. The companion nods his head vigorously.
I want you to hit me.
Why would I do that?
The idea
Companion jumps in.
is to show Maurice and those other traitors that we are the only reading group hardcore enough to tangle with the RCM.
Easy, detective. No need to treat this kid like he's some son of Measurehead.
Kim, how bad an idea is this?
The lieutenant looks at you, then
Bless you.
at the young man.
Sorry.
He seems to be giving your question
welcome.
serious consideration.
Speaking as an officer of the RCM, it is an extremely bad idea to strike a civilian without cause. However, if one were to strike a civilian, which again, I would never recommend, one should at least follow the RCM manual's guidance on non-lethal strikes.
What does the manual say?
It advises officers in physical altercations to rely on the open palm strike, as opposed to the backhand in non-lethal situations. I can't recall the exact explanation, but it has something to do with the kinetic energy stored in the elbow. Basically, you are less able to control a backhanded slap, and therefore more likely to cause serious injury, or even death, if, say, you happen to be wearing a set of armored ceramic gauntlets.
Indeed.
At the same time, this is emphatically your thing, so do as you will.
Well, Gendarme, what are we waiting for?
Hey Kim, what if you hit him?
There's no what if, because I won't. This is your thing, remember?
This is absurd, I don't want
The
to hit you.
lieutenant nods, and yet you can't help but sense a slight disappointment on his part. It seems a part of him hoped you would hit the pretentious young communist. For his part, the young man looks rather put off. It's clear he was also looking forward to you punching him.
Well, if you're not going to play along, I don't think we have anything further to discuss. Good evening to you, Gendarme. Would you mind? We've got group business to take care of.
That means go home, Gendarme.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Catch you later, Cindy. Alright. Might be time for a nap. Oh, wait. I do.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
He's reported dead body on the Martinet boardwalk.
One moment.
Hear the shuffling through our papers.
Can you please describe the body? Age, sex, cause of death?
Unidentified middle-aged man, height 170 to 175 centimeters, dark hair, medium build, looks like he slipped, fell through a hole in the boardwalk, and hit his head against a metal bench.
We suspect he might have been inebriated when he fell. There were bottles all around him, and traces of vomit on his shirt.
Any signs of violence?
No, it seems like it was an
No
accident.
field autopsy necessary.
She replies.
What about his belongings? Did you examine his clothes?
He's wearing boots, trousers, and an old leather jacket with a bright blue lining. I found his library card in his pocket.
Any information on the library card?
From the Central Jamrock Public Library, belongs to someone named Billy Méjean.
Good. You have a lead. Do you and Lieutenant Kitsuragi want to take the case, or should I assign it to someone else?
I'll take the case.
I have assigned the case to Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Please follow up on this library lead to identify the man. We'll send someone to take the body to the morgue. That's all for now. Thank you for reporting in. Is there anything else I can do for you?
Connect me to the Jamrock Public
I'm
Library.
afraid they're closed. It says here that the library is open from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
We should try again during business hours.
Anything else, Detective?
Done with the radio for
57, over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio.
Close the door. Oh, let me put up the flashlight.
Greetings on this fine night. What brings you here?
How come you're still open?
The pawn shop is always open.
And if it's very high enough, yes, then what is he on?
Feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light, while the mind continues to race forward. Lucky bastard. He's probably on Parolidon. It's tough to come by on the street.
Parolidon, what's that?
A drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eyes turn yellow.
It just means they're really warm in
I
here.
try to keep the shop at a comfortable temperature.
Just no judgment, just curious. I probably did loads of Parolidon before I lost my memory.
I've had to take it. You know, since the People's Pile cleanup.
He responds carefully.
I was with the Emergency Relief Brigade.
He's taken it for mental and emotional, not physical pain these days.
Must have been tough radioactive cleanup.
There's a reason why everyone's tried to forget any of it ever happened. And why no one has tried to repair or replace the pile. So much disappointment. And early deaths. Cancer mostly. And we knew all that was coming even as we were cleaning up as best we could.
Whose fault was the generator failed?
No one's. Everyone's.
He sighs and shakes his head.
So much bitterness.
A bunch of poor people built themselves a primitive nuclear reactor, hoping for the best. What do you think is going to happen?
People's Pile, what's that?
Bad idea. Some poor leftist built a particle decay generator in hopes of bringing affordable electricity to underserved communities. It malfunctioned. Radioactive waste everywhere. Probably some of it in you too.
The People's Pile was a Type U particle decay generator that failed immediately after entering service, releasing radioactive waste into River Esperance.
What is a particle decay generator?
A primitive nuclear reactor, also called a pile.
And it was called the People's
Construction began during the Commune of Revachol. The people continued work on it after the Commune fell. They wanted a cheap source of energy for Revachol West. Needless to say, Things didn't work out.
And why did it fail?
An emergency valve defect resulted in steam pressure blowing the turbine, taking the fuel containment vessel up in the explosion. Both the faulty design and lack of finances contributed to the catastrophe.
Tell me more about the emergency relief brigade you're
We were an all-volunteer force, self-organized. Tried to help the fire brigades contain the spill. I lived by the river since I was a small boy. The Esperance didn't have the art to let it all go to shit without trying to do something to help out. There wasn't much the volunteer force could do, however. We wasted years in the river mud. Years getting sick.
Looks at the spiraling light and stops. So how'd you end up running a pawn shop?
The cleanup happened 15 years ago. I was young then. Later, my second aunt died. Left me this shack and all the assorted junk in it. So I came to Martinez. People told me don't go there. It's a shithole. I said, people, we just had a nuclear pile meltdown. I'm gonna get as far away from Forburg as I can. Still in the same city, but...
Thank you for telling me.
I like the theory more than the story. Outward movement, not vortices.
Yeah, you gotta get in on those vortices, my man.
Care to share your photos on with me?
You said you'd done it before, yeah?
It's almost like he's worried for you. The lieutenant steps away, pretending to admire some of the knickknacks on display. Looks like he doesn't want to get involved. Go ahead then, he thinks. As long as you can walk straight, I don't care. He won't be your nog, but he won't be thrilled about this either.
I think I tried it once and liked
Here you go, man.
He presents a large cap-shaped object in the palm of his hand. Very odd-looking. Thanks, man.
Of course.
Have other business to take care of now.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback.
All right. About time for me to take a nap, yeah? It's after midnight. It's almost 1 o'clock. Seems the walker was either very confused or drunk out of his mind.
It's getting cold, this late in the night. Time to call it a day.
Good night, Kim.
Good night, officer. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
Enter the shack.
The bed is comforting, if a bit run down. Still, you've earned a rest.
Go to sleep.
The bed underneath you is soft, if lumpy. Waves wash the sand underneath the hut, then grow distant to your ear. In the quiet hum of the organic heater, you fall asleep.
Like a deftly cast fishing net, sleep pulls you out of the world and into its dark shore. The rough mesh chafes, tightening around you, it digs into your brain.
Great, it's gonna be really chill.
How have things been going for you out there? Helped anyone lately? Saved anyone lately? Murdered anyone lately?
This bastard isn't even listening to you.
Because you know you are a murderer. A disco music listening psycho killer who offs poor people. And then forgets about it.
Shut up. I just want to sleep.
Hear that? Iceman wants to sleep. He doesn't care about killing people. That's nothing to him.
Black water under the brim. The thing he's really scared of is much, much worse than that.
What is
Don't tell him, sister. It's too bad.
Why are you doing this? I just want to sleep. I can almost see the dark.
We're trying to help you. All these processes, these tortures, voices and tremors are all just distractions, flares and countermeasures to keep you from the last dream. The worst of them all.
The last dream will be total annihilation. Cinders peeling off the fuselage. We won't be there to help you anymore, Harry. We will be dormant. You will be naked and alone.
Her face forms in summertime.
In hell, an ancient sadness, brother. 10,000 years later, in front of the video rental, there is a warm breath on your face again. Everything is okay again.
Everything is so okay.
I can't wait. I can't wait.
Your eyelids flutter open for a moment. When you close them again, you sense the light of the room around you. You're back. In 2 seconds, the alarm will ring.
The last thought in your head before waking is, maybe you shouldn't have seen that stained glass window in the church.
Open my eyes. Well, it's all healed up. Dead body in the boardwalk. Call Jamrock Public Library for information on the library card's owner. Good morning, Cat. I'm gonna grab some of this paint. We'll call it paint.
This is it, the scene of the party. The fire pit. Cigarettes and empty bottles all evidence it.
Hold up, don't you mean the scene of the crime?
Not as such. I'm talking about what came after the party scene.
Yeah, it sure does look like lots of folks partying.
Looks like they were here a while, judging from all the bottles. The sunken motor carriage provided them a focal point, like a goose ice sculpture or a chocolate fountain.
Look, hey, Kim. Looks like we had a couple of partygoers here.
Looks like it.
Looks like we had a great time laughing
Hey,
here.
let's keep moving, detective.
Lieutenant Justice.
Somehow, he doesn't want to dwell on it. Nothing has changed about this trap. You need to check the others.
Alright, let's see. What needs to happen next? I've already sold the fuel oil, didn't I? Called the public library. Boardwalk and Island. Let me check the other thing as well. Check the ice cream. Too early for the library.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. Just a moment.
10-4, come in, officer. Over.
I successfully located my 9mm pistol. It's on me now. I will not lose it again.
10-4, sir. Roger that, and very glad to hear it. I will make relevant changes to the report.
Over.
Roger that. 10-10, over and out.
Radio.
A metallic pull-out toolbox slides back into its net.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Library.
I'm afraid they're closed.
We should try again.
Anything else, Detective? 50.
In the cabin, you see a set. An old East Delta Commerce Center.
All right.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
All right, physical instrument. Let's go. Dude, open the freaking thing.
This orange machine is dead still. It has ice squeaks beneath your Kavalzun multi-tool, but your fingers slip away from the tool. The lid shutters tightly as before, and it's already unplugged. There's not much else to do other than wait for it to defrost or bulk up and get stronger.
Bulk up.
This orange machine is dead still. Ice squeaks beneath your Kavalzun multi-tool, and it's already unplugged. This orange machine is dead still. Ice squeaks beneath your... and it's already unplugged.
That's all I've got there. I mean, I've leveled up all I can. Renee Arnault. And Gaston Martin. Let's try those. Oh, they're not there. Okay, it's too early. Let's see if there's a man sleeping in the whirling in rags. And then we'll try to open that door. about this gentleman?
Hi again, Gendarme.
What is it about how he carries himself?
It's the sports. He's a sports guy. All about that physical prowess and athletic skill. Nothing else here.
Bye-bye, Gendarme.
You see, it could be connected to
our door upstairs. Head upstairs. Go out there.
the same small, heavy door.
Kick the door
no
in.
lock in sight.
Failure.
You give it another, more ferocious kick. The door still does not move.
Demolish the place.
Woman takes a drag over Ziggy.
I don't see how this is going to give new results. There must be another way in there. Through the kitchen door, perhaps. Let's explore rather than destroy.
It could be that your eyesight is still too...
Notice it behind that window. No, not that window. No. Go downstairs.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height window. The hawthorn branches. You see, it could be connected to the barred door upstairs.
Alright. So... Any glasses that can improve my perception? Do these shoes help?
Behind the dockworkers.
guess all I can do right now is check the traps while I wait for time to pass until 10 o'clock.
Officer, care to play a game with the lonely old man?
The jolliness is gone from Gaston's face.
Actually, never mind. Wouldn't be the same.
Convince Gaston to relinquish his sandwich.
All right, this is how we're gonna do it.
I admire your handiwork, chef, but there are a few things I do differently.
Like what, officer?
His eyes rest on the
This
sandwich.
is as good as they come in Revachol, I assure you.
An array of delicious recipes flashes through your mind. Salads, salmon, sandwiches, bingo. This calls for an engineering angle. Structural rigidity, exposed rafters, lattice works, that type of approach.
The bread you built this wonder on could have been toasted before.
That would certainly have been an improvement.
I'll do you one better. The air pocket between the cheese and ham could house pre-roasted paprika.
Ce serait délicieux.
He sounds excited.
Can you make that sandwich, officer?
Sure, I'm gonna need yours as a prototype first.
I hope you are not just tricking an old man out of the little he has left.
Initial development takes time, of course, but in 6 to 9 months, you will eat the sandwich of the gods.
Oh, god of sandwiches, maybe?
Try to pitch
in the meanwhile, what can I do for you here and now, officer?
Where is Rene?
The prick is gone.
He replies, trying to smile.
I can barely believe it, but he's really gone.
He is trying to retain his jolly facade, but the underlying sadness casts a deep shadow over his wrinkled face.
Gone where?
Hell, most likely. He was an absolute Kent.
How did he die exactly?
His hungry little heart finally gave out. The dock workers found him in the guard booth this morning. Wasn't even supposed to be working for another week, but he just had to prove how tough he is. Guess he was about to head home, 'cause when the dock workers found him, he was wearing civilian clothes and not the Kuketu uniform I saw him in all the time. Sometimes I thought he was wearing it just to piss me off. Now the joke's on him, 'cause he's gonna be buried without it.
Gaston smiles a sad smile.
That means the uniform could still be in the guard booth. Something to keep in mind if you really plan to give yourself to Revachol.
Was he really that bad?
I repeat, an absolute Kent. Even his old army buddies didn't want him around. He was like an old viper.
Turns to look at the crater.
The only people who could stand to be around him were Jenny and me.
He pauses.
She saw something in him when we were just kids, and she never lost sight of it. And I thought if the most beautiful being in the world can love him, then there must be something worth holding on to.
Did you love him?
We've hated each other our entire lives. So much, in fact, that...
He falls silent and looks at you, eyes filling with tears.
Yes, I loved that angry prick. He didn't deserve it, but I did. You know what his last words to me were?
Some right-wing royalist slogan?
In Guillaume's time, you'd have been shot without trial. That's what he said to me. He lived a Kent, and he died a Kent. Let's leave it at that.
Old man gathers himself and wipes his eyes. I offer my sincere condolences.
Yes. We are both very sorry for your loss.
Lieutenant nods.
It is what it is. Part of life, really.
He mumbles.
But to know someone for 79 years, then one day they're just gone. I just don't know anymore. About anything, really.
Slowly shakes his hand.
But you,
Remembers your presence.
you must need something.
I want to go over a few more things about Renee, if that's okay.
Yes.
Old
What
people-
about Renee?
Pharmaceutical
Yes.
control.
It is. I just don't know anymore. About anything, really.
Slowly shakes his hand and remembers your presence.
You must need something.
I want to ask you about the Union
Officer,
again.
I just can't do this right now. The Union, it just doesn't matter anymore.
He looks up, all wrinkled, old, and small. Bye for now. Interact with the giant ham sandwich.
The ham sandwich looks fresh and nutritious in your hand, begging to be eaten. A treat of this magnitude should not be enjoyed alone.
I cannot be bought. Here, Kim, let's share.
I'll pass. Thanks.
Then replies with a polite.
When you hold something up long enough, some people are compelled to take it. Try it on the lieutenant.
What do you mean you'll pass?
I mean I'm not hungry, and therefore am not gonna take it. Thanks, though.
This is about hunger, Kim. It's about camaraderie.
Camaraderie?
Yes. By sharing the sandwich in you, I solidify the bond between us.
Is it really necessary?
The bond between officers, partners, are paramount. That's how trust is built. Trust saves lives.
Is this necessary? Is friendship necessary? Is brotherhood?
Okay. They are all necessary. Let's share the sandwich if it matters that much to you.
Friends forever.
Sure. Time to go solve a murder investigation.
Lieutenant nods impatiently. Let's see. Where am I at right now? 29 communist. 11 superstar cop. 10 sorry cop. 15 good cop. So communist first, then good cop. Okay.
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo, man.
That's all for now. There's an old lady in here, isn't there? Is there anything I can do with the old lady? What's up, old lady?
The woman still has her eyes fixed on the photograph in
Excuse me,
no
one more asking
response.
question.
Nothing.
I have nothing to do here. Look at this photograph.
Right to work! Right to work!
I'm just gonna go ahead and do it. What's up, sir?
Hola, Wandering Man.
Good talking to you, veteran. What happens if I adopt Measurehead's? No, you know what? Screw it. I ain't doing that. I refuse. Bless you. You're welcome.
This is the night watchman's.
I suppose René is not going to be needing it anymore. It's a bit too colorful for my taste, though.
It's unneeded for work and all that.
Fantastic. Try not to wear it with other similarly colorful clothes, okay?
+1 to Ravenel nationhood. Proud nationalist. Vigilance. +1 reaction speed.
This is the night watchman.
I can't even get down there. Okay. Nothing else to do. do here. Alright, give me just a moment. I'll be right back. Alright. Let's go check out those traps. Who's this? Who's this? You managed to spot that, Ned. Look at Joyce. What's up, Joyce?
I'll just keep the Cordelici in the channel, if that's okay. It's too shallow near the pier.
Winds the mooring line around the
Hi,
coast.
ma'am. And it's a jetty, by the way. Of course. Jetty. I prefer a good jetty to a pier any day.
Jetty?
Something about the way she says it makes you want to sing.
Jetty.
Oh, Jetty, oh, Jetty. It's good to see you here, detectives. I only just arrived myself.
What brings you here, madame?
Nothing, really. I've had my eye on this jetty for weeks now, so I decided to investigate it personally. This cluster of buildings isn't on any of the official maps, as far as I can tell.
That. And she's also keeping an eye on you.
Have you been spying on us?
Spying has such a negative connotation. I did track your progress along the coast, however, and decided I would be better able to assist you from here. Then there's the matter of that little scamp in old lady clothes. She threatened to paint the cordelate she read. Like blood, you see. Well, I like it the way it is. White.
How do you like it here?
How do I like it?
That's his eyes toward the village. Slush melting on cinder blocks. Construction work left half finished 10 years ago.
It's pornographically poor.
Indeed.
The street has no name. All the men are dead or missing. And is that the carcass of a motor carriage over there? I'm surprised that woman hasn't put me to the sword yet. Maybe she will. You should ask your questions while you can.
Dark eyes survey the coast leading up to Martinez. Dull grey metal rests in her scabbard. A sword. The wind is too loud for her to hear.
Fortunately for you, madame, the RCM is on the scene.
All right. Politics time. Let's react.
We're right to be scared. This is all your fault.
Maybe.
Is it the railing looking at the grey sky?
Above you, there forms a quilt of alto-cumulus clouds, twisting into each other. The wind tugs and stretches them over the bay. Their cloud shadows slide over the ruins of Revachol West. Wherever they pass, the temperature drops slightly, but perceptibly.
Have I told you how they discovered this place?
This fishing village?
No. They're in Sealindian, Isla.
The wind picks up, the raincoat flaps in the gust. No, you haven't told me how they found
Well, your condition has left you no worse off than most of these people. The literacy rate is around 45% west of the river. 50 years of occupation have left these people in an oblivion of poverty.
Oblivion, that's so me.
I knew you would sympathize.
She nods.
Most Revacholians will never know what this place means. Our home. This island of matter. Or why they were ferried over in the first place. Remind me to tell you one day.
Pricks a scarf
For
on her
now,
neck.
how can I assist you in this new location?
Tell me now. We have time.
Do we?
That's his watch. Doesn't look like he
I
does.
hear you have singled out a suspect and are in pursuit. This is cause for cautious optimism. I would not want to delay you. Maybe there is something else I can assist you with while you're hot in pursuit.
Do you know anything about these tattoos?
That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question.
So you know something about the tattoos?
Better not tie the fore.
She wants to answer the question. Protocol keeps her from it.
So I've been dealing with Everett again.
She's not even asking you anything. It's so easy to just say.
Everett helped me find my gun.
Stupendous. I didn't think he'd pull through.
She nods more than a bit surprised. Hey, check it out. Pull out your gun. I need to flash my gun around. Let's just say I have it now.
Thank God. And indeed, Mr. Everett as well. In this investigation, one may have use for a firearm. You wouldn't want to get caught with your pants down.
He asked me to deliver an envelope.
Sounds like he has you running errands, Detective. A well-established dominance ritual. Where did he have you deliver it?
Here.
Here? No. What does that bloated hellbat want with my little cinder block town?
It's clear the village has already grown dear to her. Strangely so. Why did she come here?
No, don't tell me. I don't want to know what he has in store for this place. Probably a statue.
It's a statue, right? A giant statue of him. Or better yet, his twin brother. Practically the same thing, but makes him seem less like a psychopath.
He wants to build a youth center here for the children of Martinez.
A youth center with Edgar Clare's statue on top of it.
Looks around the jetty remorsefully.
Go ahead. Help him. Make it so. I have no power to stop him.
Quite fond of this village, aren't you?
I should be.
She nods.
In my youth, I had a brief dalliance here in Martinez. He was an older man with impossibly broad shoulders. He's probably dead by now. Even his shack is long gone. Not that it matters. These buildings are all carbon copies of one another.
At the Martinez before?
Yes. I was slumming it with some girlfriends of mine. We had boats and... Don't hold it against me. My paramour certainly did not.
Sound like you missed those times.
Not overly so. It's not like this was the only place we visited. Me and my girlfriends from Azon with our shiny boats. Like reavers, we told ourselves we were the worst thing to happen to the coast since the Coalition landed in 08. Imagine.
She's sentimental, all right. You don't know enough about her to find out why exactly. She will keep her secrets for now.
You'd prefer something else, not a youth center?
First, there won't be a youth center. Whatever he's told you or the residents, it'll be something horrific. Perhaps even worse than a statue. So, yes, I do.
Like what?
A fishery. I've been speaking with Lillian here. She gave me the idea. The infrastructure is all here, and with my connections, sadly, it's just one of the million things I'll never get round to. I just have to accept that I'll never be the rich candy girl who goes around solving people's problems with money.
So you're sad you can't buy the place?
Yes. I'm sad I'll never have the time, Detective. I've always wanted a dilapidating fishing village.
She is more defensive about it than usual.
Full of ghosts and ancient memories. Has this errand yielded you any information?
He asked me to open
a
door.
Referral, you mean? I take it this was for someone in the RCM.
Raise her hand.
Don't answer that.
My liege, this woman has half convinced herself already. All it would take is a little nudge.
Yes, referral.
Such referrals may sometimes get you information from a man like Everett. Did it?
She nods carefully as though handling a match near a powder keg. And then she says, raising an eyebrow, did it?
Detective, I advise you to be very selective with what information you choose to share. This may have consequences beyond our line of sight.
Everett says the Wild Pine sent mercenaries after the Union, and now one of them is dead.
The company did not send mercenaries after the Union. I told you in great detail about the mistakes my side made. And of course, I accept them completely. I just hope you don't share Everart's view on things. After all, as he said, one's dead now. The Pine certainly hasn't killed any of theirs.
Let's keep it that way. She means to add, but then doesn't. Look who's defensive suddenly.
Everett asks the Union's militant wing to fully cooperate with the investigation.
How benevolent.
She thinks for a second.
Hopefully they'll help you sort this whole business out, if they haven't already.
We cannot discuss the specifics of an ongoing investigation, ma'am.
Lieutenant adjusts
Besides,
glasses.
you haven't exactly been forthcoming yourself.
That is only fair.
This militant wing has singled out a suspect for me.
It looks like you may untie this knot yet.
I smile and a tingle runs down your spine. That's all I've got to say.
Naturally, Detective. There are lighter topics to gossip about.
And this whole thing is a takeover?
Is what you're about to say when a cold streak runs through your heart. Once said, there is no going back, Harry.
Yes, there's still reality-based knowledge I can glean from her. Right, she hasn't even told me what she knows about the
Yes,
lynching.
come back to this later. This information could be explosive. Almost gave you a heart attack, that one.
I'll talk about something else for now, if you don't mind.
Of course, Detective. You can always drop by later, should something come up. Now, what else can I do for you?
Tell me about this drug
The
trafficking.
lorries are still stuck at the roundabout. If the police is asking, one of the drivers might admit to it.
I heard something about a complex operation earlier.
I'm
This
glad
adds
to
up.
hear, officer. I'm sure you'll find out just what that means soon enough.
Okay, I made up my mind about the smuggling
Yes?
investigation. We'll take the case, probe the drivers, see what it yields.
Excellent.
Takes a long sip of
According
tea.
to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout. Hopefully one of them will know something. It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I can keep the drawbridge up for a few more days at least. You should have the time you need. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance.
Say more about the strike at the harbor.
Of course.
That's all I need
Of course.
Don't tell her you've met Everard right away. There's time.
That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've
Fine,
better
we'll
not
turn to it
tie the
later.
fore.
She wants to answer the question.
Get more
More
questions about
lessons in
reality.
basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
What is, think of something close to you?
6 kilometers southwest, in the Valley of Dogs, Junior Officer Chad Tilbrook takes aim at a rabid black dog licking its wounds in the grass. To his left, his partner, Emil Mullins, whispers, "You heard what happened to Tequila Sunset in Martinez?" "Yes, he lost his mind," Tilbrook answers, fingers on the trigger. "Don't worry, Emil." He pulls it out slowly. Slowly now. He'll find it again. We always do.
What am
You? You're an officer of the RCM.
The Revachol Citizens Militia.
Preciso mundo.
Good. And what is the Revachol Citizens Militia?
Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post-revolutionary Revachol, Detective.
Yes, we are the Revachol Citizens Militia.
The lieutenant steps in to make a gesture encompassing you both.
He's being sarcastic.
You said de facto.
Yes, that means not de jure. The RCM acts in what is poetically called the twilight of international law, both at the behest of the coalition government and to its chagrin.
What do you mean?
The RCM's responsibilities are defined by the Emergency, Wayfarer and Aliments Acts, 3 pieces of legislation keeping the city in a, let's be honest, laissez-faire stasis to the benefit of foreign capital.
All 3 are good to know when we are out policing.
So I'm basically a lackey of capital.
There's nothing basic about your role, Detective. It's true that the RCM keeps everything the way our seemingly permanent provisional rulers like it. Yet, on the other hand, I know these people. I deal with them daily. Let me tell you, dear, they are not fans of you.
And why is that?
The post-revolutionary decade was a disaster for the coalition government. Revachol in the 20s was hell, especially on the west side of the river. Gang warfare, a botched privatization scheme, a nuclear pile meltdown.
Indeed.
They called it the international zone because no nation wanted to claim responsibility. The RCM restored peace where the coalition failed. A true blue citizens' initiative.
She smiles.
They will never forgive you.
That's somewhat of an exaggeration.
Lieutenant
In reality, ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Revacholians get to keep the peace in Revachol, and the coalition doesn't have to worry about it.
He comes.
Anyway, sorry to intrude. Please continue.
Yes, Lieutenant. Permit me to conclude with this. Who you are, to me, is the police. The only legitimate law enforcement authority in Revachol.
Thank you, ma'am.
And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, well, I'm here to help.
She bows and smiles. What's the RCM again?
More nor less than the...
Yes, we are the...
He's being sarcastic.
Are
We are.
You said de facto.
Yes. That means,
So who I
permit me
am,
to
right?
conclude with this. And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, well, I am here to help.
Reach for something fundamental.
A strange coldness comes over you as you look at the world. The waves sway the sloop slowly. That's all.
That's all for
Glad
now.
to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else?
Tattoos?
That's the man who was killed. Better
Fine.
not.
She wants to answer the question.
Thank you, that's all for now. The Jam mystery. Time to interrogate the drivers.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your
He's
mind,
gonna deal with
officer?
another drunk, badly.
Get the drink on. It would be unimaginable for a human female to have sex with a man without alcohol, as the master of ceremonies to guide them.
I'll be close to you, and there's one way to intimacy. This confused. What?
What?
Drunk date. All you need to do
Funny.
is the rest will follow.
Funny sailor jokes.
She nods without smiling.
Sorry if I'm not laughing out loud, but the comedy has worn thin over the years.
Great. Now you reminded her of the husband. It's okay. She just hasn't figured out how these things work between the sexes. Keep at it. She'll come around.
Be seeing you. Wasting time till 10 o'clock. What happens tomorrow? Alright, fine. Had not forgotten, but thanks for the reminder anyway, Google.
There's some tear. An empty cigarette. You pick up the handset. There's a tone. The machine is operable.
Hello again.
I guess those weren't the reeds behind the church. It kind of looked behind the church to me, but whatever.
An old door, worn by elements, guards. An old
From here to the world.
A familiar apparatus lies among the reeds. Another one of Morel's traps, weighed down by stones to keep it in place. The reeds shake sadly in the coastal breeze, weighed down by rain. They seem to be waiting for something. The wind picks up here, near the cape's end, surrounding the narrow strip of land from 3 cardinal directions. It's cold for this time of year. This trap is also full of panicked locusts. No sign of any cryptozoological beast inside.
Another empty trap.
How are you enjoying the cardio, Lieutenant? I'm quite enjoying it myself.
Always up for a good jog. Otherwise, would I still be on this case with you?
Smiles and raises his collar. It's windy. Trapped near the boathouses west of the Feld building. Okay.
The once bright mural towers above you, saying, Feld Electrical, R&D.
Listen to the wind.
A breeze, like a quiet sigh, moves over you. The cool air breaks across your body. It brings the salt of the sea into your lungs. Go to the children of the Big C. The Big C. The Big C. That can only mean one thing. Communism.
Yes, Comrade Zephyr, I shall find them. Girl-child revolution and girl-child communism.
Boy-child freedom. Boy-child justice. The wind rushes away, leaving you where you were, on the rotting boards of the Feld building.
Officer, are you okay? It looked like we lost you for a second.
Then you talk to some kids in the village.
When you're ready.
Necessity-driven archaeological design, or architectural design at its finest. Many cages carefully constructed.
This is the trap Morel just set. Checking it over, he said, is just a technicality. But the reeds by the abandoned campsite hiss and shake in the lazily falling rain. The later it gets, the colder. Remnants of the camp can still be seen in the sand. The fire that's gone out. You feel strange, somehow. Nothing but locusts in this trap as well. Definitely no cryptozoological monstrosity.
Empty as all of them. One more of these and we're done.
You getting tired?
No, I'm fine. I didn't mean to complain, it's just...
Short-winded. Sentence there.
It takes you a moment, but finally, you spot the last of Morel's traps. This one's partially obscured by the reeds. Behind you, a ruined residential building looms over the reeds, shielding them from the wind. They rustle confidentially, in tune with the pitter-patter of the rain. When this district was booming, the reeds were kept at bay. Nothing obscured the freshly painted facades. Nowhere for drunks and adventurous teenagers to hide. Now, only the wind blows. The trap feels light and silent as you pick it up. Something is different here. No locusts, no phasmid either, but still.
Well, the bait worked on something. This doesn't mean it was a reed monster, though. Unless you see one in there. I just see an empty trap.
You're right, but I still need to tell the cryptozoologist.
Okay, but after that we get back to our own assignments. We've done a thorough survey of the coast now. Just running around is no longer useful.
A cold gust of air dries your sweaty face, and you look to the dark shadow of the Feld building in the distance, drawing you to it. What a strange sensation. Once this is done, should you ask the wind again?
Water runs from the west. The source is upstream, a broken pipe. To them in just a moment. Ah, there are the steps. That's what I was looking for. People paid money to park here. Definitely nobody would pay now.
There's no way the perp is in here, officer. Look how scarred the boards are. All attempts to pry them off have failed.
Kim, you think she's in there?
The suspect? God, I hope not. I can't see a way in, though many have tried.
Could I try to get in, though?
Not this time. The opposition is insurmountable, but I like the spirit. Have some points. It's lonely and cold without points.
Nothing to do here, then. I have no idea what it was just showing me. I didn't see a thing. Let's talk to these people.
And Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with.
The blond man stands next to his son, pointing to the weather-worn ruins. He sees you approach and smiles.
You officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez? I'm Tran Heilostam. You must be Kim Kitaragi, right? I was just telling my son about this building. Not a lot of people realize the historic significance here. Very rich in hypertext.
Nice to meet you.
Lieutenant Noggs. Hold on, hypertext?
Yes, hypertext. Young Cobb and the collection of cultural hyperlinks.
Wait, what was that about Windows before?
Oh yes, so Mikhail. They had to deal with monitor glare, especially in the summer. They still had vector monitors back then. That was 49 years ago. So they didn't have windows on the south wall.
You and Kim know each other?
No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course. Mikhail, say hi to the officers.
This is on the boy's shoulders. Chelsea is hidden behind the hem of the father's coat, clutching at his worm-themed coloring book.
Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been getting really into verbs lately.
The man speaks in the artificial cadence of a professor, or someone who's been on too many radio shows.
But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the Coalition landed in '08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in Revachol West.
He points to the building again.
This man is your half-brother. You feel it. But why? Well, get a load of this guy. He really enjoys his trivia. The Orbis programming language was named after its inventor, Victor Orbis, a cybernetician from Grad. They run Vox in the Occidental countries.
So what's fascinating about an empty old building?
Aha! But it's not just any empty old building.
Raises his hand to his eyes to shield himself from the pattering rain. All four of you turn to admire the mural before
What
you.
not a lot of people know is this used to be the R&D department of Felt Electrical. And Felt, which now sells ink cartridges mostly, was once a top dog in the turn-of-the-century cybernetics boom.
Look at the building looming over
It looks old and weathered, with seagulls picking apart its stone and metal carcass. Bushy undergrowth has taken hold of the collapsed rooftop. Some kind of bird has set up a nest on a broken windowsill.
I don't think I've ever heard of this Feld Electrical.
That's not surprising. Only a vestigial ink cartridge and ferrotape manufacturer remains.
He adjusts his suit jacket.
They started out as a midway electronics outfit in Königstein 2 centuries ago. After an aggressive move to Revachol, Feld became a global player in the emerging personal electronics market of the pre-revolutionary era. Still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. But Feld had an ace up their sleeve. Or should I say, they were developing an ace up their sleeve? I'm mixing my metaphors here.
And what was that ace?
It was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building, that they developed prototypes for a tape computer.
Tape computer?
An elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home solution. Revolutionizing business machines, possibly even bring them to the average consumer, which is a feat of engineering even today's giants, Rehm, ICN and ZAM, haven't achieved yet.
He grins, admiring the sentence he just produced.
He assumes something like a combat stance, facing the wind.
What happened?
Indeed. What?
The revolution!
Boy wipes his nose on his sleeve.
Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary government liquefied their assets and expropriated those very advanced prototypes. Possibly from this very building, or one of the adjacent ruins.
He pauses, pointing at other buildings, then continues.
All of this was built by Feld, even the boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D.
How do those tape computers work? Do they work like radio computers?
Actually, no one knows. No one even knows what a computer made entirely of tape would look like. But word has it, they were very elegant, exquisite, alien-looking turn-of-the-century hardware.
Raises his finger, remembering something.
Buckle up.
10 years ago, I did a little freelancing, I guess you could say. I was a special consultant for an exhibition at the Wompty Dumpty Dum Center in Vredefort, Oranje. It raised the same questions, and we had lengthy discussions with Paul Ockerman, who was head curator at the time. This was before the twins Keith and Guy Juice joined the team, trying to...
Wait, did he just say Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center?
Exactly.
He did it. He said Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center, like it's the most natural thing in the world. What the hell is a Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center? And who the hell are Keith and Guy Juiced?
Okay, the Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center. And Paul Ackerman and Keith and Guy Juiced, what are you talking about?
The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center for Contemporary Arts. The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman's notion of memory, and so there were some parallels. That's why the head curator, Paul Ackerman, chose to...
There it is again, those words. You're making this up, turns to Lieutenant. Kim, is he making this up?
In fact, I'm not. The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center is a place you can visit if you're ever in Vredefort and are ever in the market for an exhibition space / contemporary art research center.
Here's his throat.
But perhaps I should return to the tape computers. As I was saying, the device itself was very elegant, fragile even. One could write directly on the tape using a special chemical solution. The machine would then analyze the handwriting, perform operations and project output onto a white screen. It was a beautiful, delicate thing.
Made of black film and folding tape structures.
Yeah, actually, I'm to get some of those.
Even one would be very useful. Though I understand the socio-economic causes of the revolution, it pains me to imagine the revolutionaries setting fire to the precious device. But so they did. The Feld playback experiment vanished into the fires of '07.
Wait, the Feld playback experiment?
Yes, the official name of the prototype. Some sources report it as the Feld playback experience, but those are incorrect.
Why did the revolutionaries destroy it?
Who knows? Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want the technology to end up in the wrong hands.
What did the
Either
revolutionaries
way,
do with these
they're all gone now.
prototypes?
All 3 versions of the prototype. Nothing but debris and ashes remain inside that building.
It's a step back, the boardwalk creaks mournfully in the wind. What did the revolutionaries do with those advanced tape
They
computers?
used them for military communications, but also to write and send out press releases. The most notorious example being Le Décret de Mars.
What was that?
What's the Mars Decree? I mean the radio transmission sent out to news agencies and world governments by the newly created Commune of Revachol on the 7th of March in the year '02.
A short-lived legislative foundation for a short-lived utopia.
It's a beautiful piece of text, actually. A singer-songwriter I know, Charette, called it a love poem to Revachol on her political concept album, Bon Baiser dans le Lind. You should read it. Every local library in Revachol stocks a copy of the decree. I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. Tried to. Someone was much too interested in worms to be paying any attention.
Looks at his son, who starts giggling, his face hidden behind the book. What happened to the engineers?
Oh, I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boys. But this story is a bit too dark for little Mikhail here. Now, if you were to ask about tape computers...
He smiles again as if he's somehow personally responsible for this bleak turn of events.
He means that the boys got shot by the communists. The boys were bourgeois.
He means they all got shot in the head because they were bourgeois. Do you know what the bourgeois is?
Officer, I told you this chapter of history wasn't on Mikhail's curriculum yet. Let's keep this kid friendly.
The boy looks first at you, then back at his father, confused.
You're saying that Field Electrical built this boardwalk?
Yes, they even built a pleasure wheel, but that got destroyed in the war.
A pleasure wheel?
Lieutenant looks wistfully at the horizon. It's a picture in gondolas rising into the sky.
Perhaps reminded of a childhood memory. It's clear he would prefer there were a big wheel lighting up the coast.
Yes, to lure in their star engineers. This part of Martinaise was nothing but reeds before Feld arrived. They had to make the prospect of living here attractive. It was supposed to become a global center for innovation in cybernetics. But history had other plans.
Well, that's something else.
But of course, what else?
Look at someone who has money. You have any money?
I do have some money, yes, but that's not what's really important here.
Brushes it off like it's not a thing at
No,
all.
I mean, come on. You need the money. If it's not a thing, he can give you some.
Could I have some of that unimportant money?
Oh, no, I don't have it on me, officer. I was talking in more general terms.
Looks uncomfortable, his left hand squeezing his son's
I'm
shoulder.
just spending time with my kid here, showing him around the lesser-known parts of our hometown. It wouldn't be wise to carry huge amounts of cash on such expeditions.
Not that he would have to worry about being robbed. He looks surprisingly buff. Does he work out?
By the way, do you work
I
out?
do some Lomantang stick fighting now and then.
Lo Mantang stick fighting is a form of martial arts originating from the island of Lo Mantang. It uses slender wooden sticks for confronting the opponent.
Form of martial arts from the Isle of Lomantang, right?
Actually, a great many cultures have their own version of stick fighting, such as the sacred Mabolo tradition of the Harli people. The name deriving from the butterfruit tree traditionally used for crafting the long, slender sticks, whereas the sticks used in other cultures...
He does off as he paints you a comprehensive picture of the history of stick fighting among mankind, seasoning it with unexpected pop culture references. Man, he's good at speaking. People must love him.
But anyway, I'm boring you with details again.
Said
You were
that for a
saying?
while with a charming, apologetic smile. I'm really interested in the practice. I just want to know how often you work out. Now and then, that's what? Once a week?
Lomantang stick fighting is a little like a Berolidin addiction. I've been practicing it for nearly 20 years now, so you could say that my doses have grown a little peculiar.
Wait, what does this man know about Pyrrolidon addiction?
Hold on, Pyrrolidon addiction? What an interesting metaphor, or perhaps not a metaphor at all.
You got me, Detective.
He chuckles.
But my history should hardly come as a surprise.
Dad's fighting with sticks every night after dinner for 4 hours. He has a special room for that and a special costume.
So then little Mikhail opens his mouth.
That's right, Mikhail. It also has a meditative quality. Helps to clear my head. But anyway.
I'm looking for a suspect. Have you seen anyone suspicious around?
No, I'm afraid I can't help you with this one, officer. It's just a regular day off for me and Mikhail here.
Pats his sun head.
So you haven't seen anyone around?
No, I'm sorry. As I said, this is just a day off. We just arrived anyway.
There's something friendly and familiar in how he says that. A day off. He's telling the truth. He hasn't seen anyone.
I want to hear about the Feld building
Sure.
again.
What's on your mind?
I want to ask
But
about
of
something
course.
else.
What else?
Great, thank you for all that
Thanks to
interesting
you
information.
for having me and little Mikhail here to pick your brain. A very interesting conversation indeed.
Pick your brain. If anything, this was rather one-sided. He did the talking. Whatever.
Find the children of the Big Sea. Alright, I'll be right back. All right. I didn't do that funeral again.
The once bright mural towers above you, saying, Feld Electrical, R&D.
Listen to the wind again.
For what? A song carried on the breeze? Or children laughing far away? You walk and walk these city streets and deserted coast, and all it ever tells you is cold.
Blow in your hands for warmth.
Probably a good idea. Blowing on your fingers doesn't make them much warmer though.
Leave. The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center. Any bullet holes around here? don't see any. Not quite 10 o'clock yet. In reality or in the game.
Yes, what is it? Yes? Thanks. The swallow, you mean? Great. Thanks.
Came from a stained glass window. Still has letters on it, too.
The mother of humanism stand.
Yes, we all are. Her name, body, and rule are synonymous with humanism. The laws we enforce are DeLorean in origin.
I like her. She looks like
I have no idea what you mean by that. We've been standing here long enough. We should look around, or get out.
Turn away and leave. A bit of a dead end at the moment. Hey there, children of the revolution. What's up?
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
Can you see anything strange happen lately?
He had bad words and said, I got in trouble. Bad words. Bad words.
Bad words. Okay, what happened?
We just heard funny voices.
Boy shrugs, the jacket whispers as his shoulders
We
move.
thought the voices were funny.
Brother
we
nods.
said what they said, and then we got in trouble.
Where'd you hear them? Did you ever hear voices? Did you hear someone say them? Was it on the radio?
Radio? What's that?
Boy sniffs.
We
and
just
says it's
heard
not.
them in our head.
Could it be? Do their minds work in the same way?
Voices in your head, like little bleeps and bloops of information?
No, just people talking real fast.
Okay, what'd you hear?
It was like...
That's his head. Looks his twin.
It is
Nods.
time at last. My nasty speed reeks. Our brother man is about to grow up. DJ Flatios, Big Boy Daniel Single is here. Buckle up, cause this is the fastest track that you're ever gonna hear. Turn up the volume. Blow those speakers out. Now here's no. Don't say bad words, stupid.
Brother cuts in suddenly and sharply.
Why? What a splendid rendition these two rapscallions have offered us here today. Faultless memorization. Perchance they'll enjoy greatness as a double act in the performing arts.
A word when you're done.
Lieutenant clears his throat. His eyes are wider than
The
usual.
boy draws a jagged rock across the ground. It leaves a white scratch.
Kids, you seen any bad people around?
What bad people?
Twin looks up, mouth slightly.
I don't think questioning 4-year-olds without their parents present is gonna crack the case.
Must be Lillian's
This
twins.
one doesn't say anything, kicking the concrete with his worn-out sneaker.
Lily's our mum.
Twins the other one, tongue out still Lillian's mouth. I already said that.
The stone kicker laughs suddenly. His head is too large for his shoulders. The other one laughs as well. Wow, so intellectually stimulating.
Lily, your
Yes.
sister? Okay.
Yes.
Children are stupid. The scruffy haired little kid laughs as though in
You're
agreement.
stupid.
That one tells him suddenly very serious. Okay, how about the policeman ask you something else then?
Okay.
Bye, kids. Oh, wait.
Detective, about what the twins had to say, I believe they heard something. And given the poverty of this part of town, I don't know how they could have heard the radio. I don't know how they heard it, but I know the station they imitated. So they must have heard it somehow.
What channel was
Speed
it?
Freaks FM.
Speed Freaks FM?
Yeah, local station, known for its kinetic music and aggressive style.
Sounds like a good time.
Yeah.
Anyway, checks his watch.
Weird as it is, the situation is not connected to the murder. This isn't our business.
It is a mystery, though. Mysteries are our business.
Yes. Mysteries like who killed the hanged man are our business, not this. Besides, maybe it was just a radio they overheard. They might not be old enough to know the difference. How would they have heard the voices?
Maybe it has something to do with the mass call-in radio game?
That doesn't seem likely to me. Let's at least rule out radios before continuing. Maybe the twins didn't know it was a radio they were hearing. The washerwoman seems to know everything that happens here. Let's ask if she heard anything before moving on. After you.
So in gestures, let's actually talk to the girlie again. Hello, girlie.
Hello, mister.
Do you know a name Ruby?
Ruby. Ruby.
Then the girl gets all serious and leans in as if about to tell you something.
My mom tells me I'm a big girl, but she doesn't know that I can't say Earl. Or like, sometimes I can, but then
Kids.
You Lillian's daughter?
Yes, I am. Little Lily. You know my mom?
Yes, we met earlier.
That's nice. My mom is great.
She nods.
She's never angry or anything.
Goodbye.
Bye.
The girl's big, curious eyes remain fixed on you.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
Have you heard a radio on the coast in the last week or
A
so?
radio? Ah, no. We play no radio here. There's one in the shack, but it's never used.
Any idea how the twins could have heard Speed Freaks FM?
Was that the nonsense we were spouting? Huh.
She shakes her head.
No, I have no idea where they heard it. They've been in earshot all week, and no radio.
And you're sure they didn't hear radio?
These ears know every sound that belongs to this coast. I would know if I heard anything different.
You good, Kim?
Let's just get it out of the way as fast as we can. Contact dispatch from my kinema and ask them to connect you to the station. Maybe they can shed some light on this.
Thank you.
I'm ready when you are. Thank you, ma'am.
Anything else?
Goodbye, I'm off. Anything else in here? Alright, nothing. The shot couldn't have come from here. Trees blocked the way. already sold that paint canister. It's
All the old boomboxes are there, blinking and waiting to whirl. All but one. Yours.
Officer, the flashlight, please. Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything. I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have. But do my best to keep my...
He doesn't know anything. The pawnbroker's gate.
Sure. Let me have a look. Oh, aphotic paths. Counter-rate.
You have absolutely no idea what aphotic paths are. But the tattoos on the man are not that.
More than sure. What else have you got? I'm not purchasing it another time back.
Alright. Call Speed Freaks FM.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Please connect me to Speed Freaks FM.
Come again, officer?
Speed Freaks FM, the radio station is for a
Okay,
case.
officer. One moment. I have the GMS on the line. I'll connect you now.
Yo!
The word shoots out of the man's mouth like a bullet.
The starting gun fires, and we're off.
Yo, yo.
Yo, you got DJ Mesh here, my man. I got a few minutes before I gotta go back on air. What do you need?
Just calling to confirm, did you debut a new track from DJ Flacco a few days ago?
An asshole is a mouth for shit. And I'm puking.
That's the name of the song. Vulgarity is La Belle de Jour.
Oh, great title, man. #1 stuff.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's the shit hot new single from DJ Fellatio, really setting up the sonic waves.
People like it?
They're loving it, man. The requests keep coming in for more. I really think it's the future of music, I do. Fucking, like, stinkcore or something. Shit's so nasty. Those stink waves come up like sound waves, you know what I mean?
Sure, man. I am young and cool, and with it.
Very cool, man. I'm dead serious when I say Fellatio's gonna make it big in this world.
All right, let's move on. We talked to some kids who said they heard it on their heads. Do you know how that could be possible?
Is that what this is about? Listen, it's not our problem if kids decide to tune into Rivershaw's hottest station.
It's not that they played it on the radio. They heard it in their heads. You know how that's
I don't
possible?
understand. Are you asking if we can, like, play our station into people's brains?
Yeah, like a new way to equalize people, getting them all in the same station. A great tool for communism.
Right on, brother. We got to make sure everybody tunes into this sonic revolution. But we didn't, like, force it into people's brains. Got no idea how you do that. Short of them just tuning in on their favorite radio receiving device.
Okay, I'd recommend looking into it, though, for the revolution.
Revolution Brain Broadcast. Got it, yeah. We'll look into that. Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
No, that was it. Thank you for your time.
Nah, man. Thank you. This has been an absolute pleasure. Later, cop man.
The party has terminated the call. Is there anything else I can do for you, officer?
You should check the radio.
Press the button labeled Saved and turn on Speed Freaks FM.
It requires no adjustment. The radio is already set to Speed Freaks FM.
Spoke to the wildest cop in Rapper Show. Didn't even get his name. But whoever that mystery cop was, we salute him.
Right away, the lieutenant reaches into the cabin and turns off the radio. He's not looking at you as he says,
Someone must have been messing with the radio, or maybe picked up a random frequency. You wanted a prime line, right?
DJ Mess, that was Speed Freaks
The
FM.
lieutenant is resolutely silent, staring at the console, a look of betrayal. The secret has been revealed. Go for it. Turn the radio back on while it's still on the Speed Freaks FM.
Man, you should have told me you liked them. I could have asked for a shout-out.
I don't listen to them.
It's okay to like what you like, Kim.
I don't like it. I don't know how that channel got marked.
You're lying to me right now, Kim.
Excuse me?
Come on, man. You can tell me.
The lieutenant raises an eyebrow. The ocean wind blows, bringing in the smell of salt. That eyebrow. He's using his authority against you. You can't resist.
I'm sorry, Kim.
He remains silent.
Pick up the radio again.
Souped up motor carriage for one bad mama's boy. For the heavier foot and the freakier.
God damn it.
Lieutenant moves quickly as a Viper as he switches off the radio and sets it to prime line. Then he turns
Look,
to you.
it helps me to stay alert on long nights, okay? It's a method. I'm not some kind of speed freak or...
Shakes his head, furiously staring at his feet. What about heavy of foot?
You would be too if you had this motor carriage.
He snaps half seriously.
But seriously, let's quit joking around, alright? We have a case to investigate.
Turns back to the cabin.
This is Precinct 57. Can I connect you to someone?
Please connect me again to Station 41's Lazarus.
It will take just a moment, officer.
Her voices fade out into the familiar radio static.
Gottlieb, what you get yourself into this time?
Question is followed by a sound of someone taking a long drag. Doc, someone broke my
Look,
heart.
pal, getting pumped and dumped is not a disease. People live through it all the time. You should be happy for her.
Wait, pumped and dumped?
That's what the guys say, officer. That some chick pumped you and then dumped you, threw you away like an empty juice carton.
Don't take it personally. There just wasn't any juice left in your carton, pal.
Do you know who this person was? Have I told you?
You must have me confused for a close personal friend. I am not. I am a medical professional with a constant idiot emergency on my hands.
One needs tending to right now, he thinks, looking around the room. God, these apes.
So how'd you know it was me?
I didn't, but now I do. How's the drinking going?
I decided to stop. Completely. Forever.
Ah, great to hear it. Stop by sometime when you're done with your case. I'll draw some blood, run it through, let you know how much forever your liver's going to give you.
I've been bad and I want someone to abuse
Oh, it's
me.
you. I know a woman skilled at that sort of thing over in Jamrock, but I wouldn't want to inflict you upon her. Best of luck, detective.
This is it for now. Don't click suddenly hear it from
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
It's off of the radio.
57, over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers.
Close the door. Okay. I can level up later. Two more minutes till I've got Wasteland of Reality down.
Okay, about that call, let's start from the top. There's no doubt that the twins heard Speed Freaks FM. I still don't know how without a radio, but they did.
Hold on, Kim. Aren't you going to say anything about meeting your radio heroes?
No. The final word on this matter has been spoken.
We're not any closer to learning how they heard it, though, are
No, we are not.
I mean, a weird voice in my head said to talk to the kids. Maybe it's related.
I don't think the voices in your head are related to this, no.
Didn't sound like one of my thoughts. Sounded like a lady.
The lieutenant gives you a long look.
I don't know what to say to that, or what you want me to say. I'm sorry. Did we ask where the kids were when they heard the voice?
I didn't. Sorry. Wind picks up the straight strand of the lieutenant's hair out of place, moves it back.
No need to apologize. I was just going to say it'd be a good idea to ask them. And, Detective,
turns to you,
thanks for this. It's been interesting.
Wasteland of reality. Congrats, you're sober. It will take a while for your body to remember how to metabolize anything that isn't sugar from alcohol. So you're going to be pretty ravenous soon. Eat plenty. You can expect your coordination and balance to improve in a couple of weeks. In 2 months, you might start sleeping like a normal person. Full recovery will take years though. It'll be depressing, and it'll be boring. Don't expect any further rewards or hand claps. This is how normal people are all the time.
So -1 physical instrument insomnia, -1 island empire sober, -1 suggestion boring, +1 psych, return to self. No positive effects from alcohol anymore. +1 psyche. So basically, no more reason to drink. Birth of Day generator. About 2 minutes away.
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo, man. What's on your mind?
You seem to be a man who knows about drugs.
Ah, man. Me and narcotics go way back.
Pulls his hand behind his head and leans back.
Had some good times surfing the psychic waves of my own consciousness, you know? But those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now. Why the inquiry, my man?
He pauses, letting the memory dissipate. I'm gonna be straight with you. I'm trying to figure out who's smuggling drugs out of Terminal B.
We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting for a bulk shipment from the harbor to load it on their lorry and drive it to Jamrock.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad enough anyway.
Who do you think could
this
be?
Jam's got folks up in arms, and I'm afraid it's headed toward a conflagration.
Who do you think could be conducting the drug trade?
Look,
then?
man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here. You really need to find another man to probe with those questions.
We wouldn't say he's lying, sire.
That's all for now. Bye. Okay. Let's talk to the old woman.
The woman still has her eyes fixed on the photograph. In her hands, in the background, the radio plays.
Snap your fingers in front of her face.
If you want her attention, you may need to be more forceful.
Snap the fingers
Where
twice.
am I? Who are you?
Like a magician recalling a subject from his notions. You jolted her back.
The smile on her face has disappeared, replaced by the wary aspect of a cornered beast.
Are you alright, ma'am? You alright?
Never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in that traffic jam in the 50s.
As with contempt. What's so bad about the 50s?
The men have small jaws and everything is made out of plastic. Why do you need plastic when you can make the world out of amber?
Where else could you be then?
Back in Mecca, during the time of the revolution.
Smile returns to her
The
face.
sidewalks and cafes are filled with young people. I was on my way to see a new Boyadero picture starring Gabriel Buendero. Until you came along, that is.
The look she gives you is accusatory. So you were in Misk when you were young?
Someone was.
She nods as though her meaning were perfectly clear. Someone? Are these not your memories?
They are someone's memories, boy.
She gets gruff.
What difference does it make if it's me or not? They're beautiful. That is all that matters. Beautiful and true. And they will win. They're coming for this, you know?
She looks around.
All of this.
All of what? The world? The present? She seems to derive some bitter pleasure from this strange thought, as if the past will one day wipe the present away, like a tidal wave approaching.
Who is Gabriel Buendero?
This is Gabriel Buendero.
She shows you the photograph of the lavish amber frame. Take a look.
A strikingly handsome man looks straight at you, his head crowned with a wide brim hat. His hair is dark as an oil slick, and his jaw the most perfectly chiseled thing you've ever seen. This man's got a hold over her, even 50 years later. You can feel it.
He was the biggest star of his day. Girls used to faint in the aisles of cinema whenever he came on the screen. And schoolboys used to memorize all of his lines.
She leans back, savoring the world she's conjured up.
In all likelihood, it's a world that's only ever existed in her mind.
Right, I have some other questions for you. Police questions.
Why not, Harife? It's not like I have anything better to do in this hellhole.
She settles back against her railing of the motor lorry. Behind her, mountains of memorabilia, photos, knickknacks line the dashboard. Before I came, you seemed away.
She's just a distracted old woman. We should maybe let her get back to her things.
So he doesn't think she's a smuggler.
You hear that, Loman? I don't think your partner likes you spending too much time with me.
Why? Why is that, Lieutenant?
Nothing. I just don't think she's connected to anything.
He doesn't want your frail mind caught up in something here. Something unconnected to the case. But connected to this woman tuning out like that.
Should you be driving a lorry if you get like that?
Oh, don't worry about me. I'm one of the best camioners around. I drive routes no one else will.
Which routes?
Lomonosov's Udachnaya Zemlya, the Western Plain.
She nods and closes her eyes again, letting her mind submerge.
A terrible cold comes over her, rattling her teeth as she stares inward.
The Transcatalia Magistral. You for 1A. Adestradas do Mirador. All the good ones. The deep trenches. Where the bluebirds fly.
She opens her eyes again and shudders. I'm something of an expert in blacking out. You should take better care of yourself.
You're right, Loman. I'm the
cuffs.
one who should take my health more seriously. Thank you for looking out for me.
You're
Is that
welcome.
all you woke me up to say?
You seem to be a woman who knows a thing or two about drugs.
What do I need drugs for, Loman? What I see, what I feel, the great adversary, no drugs can compare.
The adversary.
Yes. There is a protagonista
She gestures to the
and an
intersection.
adversario. I am on the side of the adversary. There's no coming back from that hole.
Those epithets are familiar somehow. The great adversary. The great unrest.
What can I get my hands on an experience like
If
that?
you don't know,
She flicks her wrist in a gesture of casual dismiss.
Maybe if she thought you're corrupt.
Everard sent me. Finger on the side of your nose and tap twice.
who the fuck is Irad?
The union boss?
And what do I care about the union boss? He's no Gabriel. He's no Franco Negro. He's not even Hermenegildo the Hunt.
Okay, let me put it another way. Are you smuggling drugs through Terminal B?
Maybe. Probably not. Makes no difference to me.
Shoulder bones crack as she shrugs. How come you don't know what you're hauling in your own
Just
log?
this month, I made half a dozen trips from Saramiris to Grad on the U41A. What do you think they take from Saramiris to Grad, Lowman?
I don't know, that's what I'm asking you.
It's diamonds, Lowman, obviously.
If you had to guess, who do you think is smuggling drugs around here?
Easy. It's the skinny man who thinks he's a poet. Never trust a poet.
He squints across the
Also,
square.
he's the only one I can see from here.
That's correct. There is no visibility of any of the others.
Okay, so you're not involved with the drug trafficking, then why are you still waiting?
Where do you want me to go? This isn't so bad. I can listen to music, or the seagulls. Look at all the colors and the futures of this world. It's a good palate cleanser, this jamboree. Or I can just relax and let my mind carry me back very well to the Great Plains.
I think we're done here, no?
Close his notebook to stress it. What are you?
Diamonds.
Diamonds,
Of
really?
course not.
Said grinning.
But wouldn't it be marvelous if I was?
Alright, but what are you really hauling?
Whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine.
You don't know what you're hauling in your own lorry?
I quit concerning myself with that a long time ago.
She smiles a careless
Besides,
smile.
I don't drive the lorry for the cargo, if you know what I mean.
What if the cargo is contraband?
Then it's contraband, Lowman. What? Do you want to take an old woman in? Be my guest. Lock me away like Bad Hand Hermenegildo.
Bad Hand, Hermenegildos's bad hand, strangled 300 people. What can I say? Some people just really like strangling people.
I still don't really understand this whole Boyadero thing.
Of course not. To truly understand the Boyadero, you need to listen to on the Western Plain.
The Boyadero, Boya for short, is a cowherder from upstream Magritte, the great steppes of northern Mesk. People like Manana at the gates have turned it into an ideology of sorts.
Okay, what's that?
It's an old ballad about a young girl who falls in love with a daring boyadero. He promises to marry her as soon as he returns from the Western Plain.
And they live happily ever after?
Don't be stupid. The boyadero returns from the Western Plain a changed man, one night. As he and his beloved are out walking along the river Margaret, she pleads with him to give up his riding and settle down.
In the background, you can hear the orchestra swell as the screen fills with the maiden's imploring eyes.
So he gives up his riding and settles down, right?
No. The boyadero strangles his beloved and throws her body in the Margaret. Then he rides off, because the Western Plain is calling to him.
That is a terrible
You have to understand. A true boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself. He can't be tied down by man or woman. His beloved was selfish. She didn't know what it meant to love a boyadero.
Alright, well, thanks for now.
Yes, go. Enough jamboree. I need to get back to Meski.
Her voice trails off.
A lorry stuck in the traffic. The windows are clear.
Leave for now. Let's talk to the racist lorry man. He's probably the one hauling drugs, right?
Looking for something odd? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
You could push him by asking him to show you the soles of his boots.
Let me see the
He
soles of your
definitely looks like someone capable of a lynching.
Been admiring the stompers, right? For sure. I can demonstrate them.
Do this up to show you his left foot, then his right.
On the bottom of the man's boots, you see an intricate tangle of treads with no immediately discernible pattern. The wind howls over the bay of Revachol, a cascade of cold air flowing through the tangled city streets.
What's up with your soul?
It's Revachol.
Where did you get boots like that?
Custom made. Cost me a pretty penny.
It was the back of his balding head, but why?
You'll see when the time comes, officer.
He grins and
True
crosses his
patriots carry Revachol in their very souls.
Technically, You're stomping on Ravachol every step you take.
I know you people don't understand poetry.
You're a lawyerman, right? What's your stance on drugs?
They're shit, man. I don't let anything pollute my body.
Takes a long drag and a cigarette.
You know where that shit comes from? Sarah Miriza, Safre, Ilmara. They take the money from our local junkies here and then use it to outcompete us in the manufacturing sector. They know they can't beat us in a fair fight, so they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. It's racial sabotage, racial economic sabotage.
Perhaps it's good to agree to get him talking.
Listen, I agree. It's our responsibility to keep this poison off the streets of Ravachol, right?
He eyes you warily, unsure how to respond. This goes on for about 2 seconds. Then, damn, it didn't work. You should have signaled you're a nationalist before.
I don't know shit. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you.
What are you still hanging around here for? Most other connoisseurs have left.
What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little kips sneaking around at night. If they touch my stuff, the bosses will be on my ass like ass cancer.
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
I did see one lorry with the trailer doors open on my way here. Do you know what happened?
Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved this country. We were having a good debate about genetics at the Wheeling in Rags when some kip boys smashed his lock and took damn near everything. Lost his fucking job over it. Since he left, I haven't had anyone to talk to.
If they were getting drunk inside the Whirling in Rags, how could they know who broke into the lorry?
If you were in the Whirling, how did you know it was the Kips who broke into the lorry?
What? Aren't we allowed to say that it's the Kips who do all the stealing around here? That's not road to science, man.
If it isn't you, then who's running drugs through Terminal B?
Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang, that beady-eyed South Samaran.
Spits in the ground.
His little side business is a scam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was peddling drugs as well.
Right, you're sure it's the Sealang and not, say, a lady driver?
No, it's, you know, the Samaran guy who likes to pretend he's some kind of businessman. He's just selling his employer's stuff. Stuff he stole after he broke the seals on his Humanox lorry.
No, it's Ruby running this ring, like Titus alluded to. But play along for now. Find out what everyone knows first. Sealing is your next lead.
Yes, yes. Where is he?
Looks like I offended your partner there. Too bad. Sealang's usually a little bit south of here, near the canal. You can't miss him. Just watch yourselves. His tribe are natural liars. It's in their blood. He's your man, all right? 100%.
I wouldn't be so sure about it. Not until we've heard what Sealang himself has to say.
Guess we'll need to pay Sealang a visit.
Guess so.
We're done.
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam.
That's it for now. Let's call the library.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull...
This is Precinct 57. Hold on, officer. I've got Central Jamrock Public Library on the line, and I've already introduced you to their librarian. Connecting the call in 2, 1.
Yes, this is Central Jamrock Public Library here. How can I help you, officer?
He sounds worried, yet ready to assist. This is how people get when the police call.
I'm looking for any information you can provide on Billy Méjean, a reader.
Billy Méjean, you said. Give me a moment, I'll have to check our database.
Puts down the receiver.
On Moreau Drive in central Jamrock, in a darkened hall lit by orange desk lamps, far away from the noise outside, a middle-aged man taps commands into an old radio computer. A printout falls on the desk. Behind him, a lonely reader scours some dusty bookshelves, looking for a paperback.
Yes, hello, are you still there? I found Billy Majon's home address. Is that all right? No phone number, unfortunately.
They're too poor to have a phone line.
Yes, home address is fine.
Here we go, sir. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33B, apartment number 20. It's in Martinez, I believe. Cape Side Apartments, it says. That's all.
Number 20.
That's where the smoker on the balcony lives, isn't it?
Do you have any information on Billy Majon?
It says here that they returned their last book just a few days ago, but I wasn't at work that day.
Do you know someone who was?
Marie? Marie? Do you remember a reader named Billy Majon? They returned a Tybalt book the other day.
There's someone answer from afar.
Yes, it was my colleague Marie. She said that it was Billy's husband who returned the book. He also asked for this new sci-fi release, Lowe's Radio City 87, but we don't have it yet.
Good. You have a name now.
So Billy Majon is a woman, not a man. How did your colleague know that it was her husband?
Marie knows Billy. She's been working here longer than me. Sometimes her husband returns some books for her.
And then goes for a little drink later. On the lookout.
Do you know the husband's name?
Sorry, no. Marie only knows him by sight.
Could Marie describe to me what the husband looks like?
Marie? She said it was an older man, and that she's pretty sure he'd had a drink or two the last time she saw him.
What was he wearing?
1 second.
The librarian turns away from the phone again and relays the
Sorry,
question.
Marie wasn't really paying any attention to that.
Thank you. That's all from me. I have no other questions.
Happy we could help. Goodbye, officer.
The librarian hangs up and the call is redirected back to the station with a
Anything else you need from me?
I don't have the radio for now.
57th, over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of stairs.
Close this. Let's talk to our reader woman. If her name is Billy Majon, I have bad news for her. Memorize the title, Lose 87 Radio City seems important.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime Romance.
What if I want to buy a book?
You were already doing good, browsing the shelves.
She smiles and nods.
Hello again, sir.
Okay, I'm going to do something now.
The girl keeps her hands folded, hidden. Why is that?
Why do you keep your hands folded?
What do you mean, sir?
She looks away.
She knows where this is going.
You don't need to be worried. I'm here to help.
She looks around anxiously. Her hands remain folded in front of her. She doesn't want to show them. The lieutenant stands by, looking at the two of you with little interest, a facade of true professionalism. He is far more intrigued by the situation than his poise reveals.
It's okay.
She brings out her reddened hands, her nails frayed, nearly chewed down to the flesh.
You bite your nails.
And you knew this from me keeping my hands folded?
She just a suspicious glance. There are a few other hands.
Well, that proves nothing. Anyone could do an easy deduction like that.
Her eyes flash with defiance. She's not impressed.
She actually is impressed. This is more like a defensive reflex.
Want more? I bet I can figure out why you bite your nails. I got a few reasons in mind.
She nods, half provocative, half enthusiastic.
You're uptight because of your mother and the pressure she's putting on you.
Maybe so, sir. Okay, I know it's a bad habit, and I shouldn't.
I hope this entertained you.
It was okay, sir.
Still got a little rebellion.
There's more that can be achieved here. Ask her to do the same.
Think so? Fine, do better. To do something about me.
You're quite sober.
She snaps her back quietly.
The lieutenant does not flinch at the comment. He does not flinch even a single bit. He is intensely not flinching. It takes effort.
Wait, how do you know I'm usually not?
Because you usually aren't.
And I'm having a grand time.
I sure hope you are, sir.
She rubs her red nose.
There she stands, swaying on her feet, assaulted by the early spring breeze. She smiles at you. The whole situation suddenly feels familiar. Somehow, there's something you're missing.
What are you missing here? Why does this feel familiar?
Because you know each other. She's been talking to you so openly because you've talked before.
Hang on, so you know me? We've met before?
Yes, I stand in this spot all the time.
She sways back and forth on her feet.
You've been running around all week without your shirt on, sir. Telling people about being a star or something. I don't really understand who those stars are.
Did I ever talk to you?
Of course, you stopped by a few times. You
See you
certainly
intensely.
look better than the last time I saw you.
Thanks, I'm
Yeah,
fine.
I can see. You don't have party eyes anymore.
Party eyes. Yes, of course. That makes sense.
Lieutenant slowly, ever so slowly, realizes something.
I'm not surprised children have seen you running around with party eyes on, he thinks. Not at all.
Party eyes.
You know, like a cat in the dark, all big and wide-eyed. It certainly looks odd on a man.
She giggles at the thought.
The swiveling eyes of a loony drug addict. That is what she meant. You were probably gurning too. Fuck yeah. You should get some party eyes right now. Snap those sequins on you, boy.
Does that mean I've been partaking in narcotics?
Oh, baby. That's not what you have to worry about. Worry about the important thing.
So why didn't you tell me you knew me to begin with?
I didn't know I had to do that.
Thanks, I learned something about myself today.
I'm glad I could help you, sir.
Okay, bye. See you around, Annette. Go to Billy Majon's apartment and deliver the bad news. It's number 20.
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The number on the panel says 10. A weathered brown door. The number reads 20. The lieutenant motions to you to go ahead and knock.
Hold on, Cam. We should discuss before we move on. What should we expect?
You're right. Let's talk this through.
Looks at the apartment door and lowers his voice.
We have our first preliminary identification. In all likelihood, the deceased is the husband of Billy Majon. We need to confirm this, as well as deliver the death notification to Billy herself. Now, delivering a death notification is never an easy task. There's a reason why it's often called the most stressful part of our job. This is why it's usually done in pairs. You got this. I'll be monitoring reactions, ready to act if necessary.
Give me advice on how to tell her he's
Dad,
dead.
just don't say that you know how they feel. You don't.
Good advice.
What if I don't want to do this?
Yes, it's hard. But there is no easy way to handle this information. It just has to happen, as soon as possible.
All right, I think I'm ready.
The lieutenant motions towards the door.
Hello? Who is it?
The voice calls out on the other side of the fence, other side of the door. Is this Billy Majon's home? This is the police. Please open the door.
Police? A moment, please give us a moment.
You're shuffling
There's
inside.
fear in her voice.
Come in, the door is open. It's you from the bookstand. Did you come to bring my cockatoo back?
She smiles nervously before the smile vanishes
I
from her
don't think
face.
I introduced myself properly. I'm Billy. Would you like something to drink? Tea?
from the kitchen.
Lemonade? We're out of coffee.
The lieutenant has taken off his foggy glasses and is busy cleaning them in his handkerchief. For now, you're on your own here. Condensation. From stepping inside, he must feel vulnerable without his glasses. Is this why he's letting you take the lead?
Thanks, but I'm
Is
alright.
this about Victor, my husband? Is he in some kind of trouble again? I can come pick him up in the station if that's what.
She stops, her eyes trying to read answers from your face.
No, this is something much worse. Is he in a hospital? How bad is it?
How about some small talk before you break the news?
Kim is here, identify the leather jacket, that library card, discuss things through Kim, Lieutenant's handkerchief, dress code RCM official. Tell her about the dead body.
You've done this before. Just keep your focus.
Ma'am, I'm very sorry to say, but your husband, Victor Mejon, was found dead on the Martinez boardwalk.
What did you say?
Your husband, Victor Mejon, is dead. I'm very sorry for your loss, ma'am.
Oh.
Touches her neck, eyes pale like pearls from seawater.
Oh. But he was just...
She looks at the kitchen table where 2 cigarette butts are still in the tray.
But he was just here. Alive.
We understand this comes as a huge shock. I want you to know that me and my partner are here for you if you have any questions. Take your time, man.
What happened to him?
It's still early to say, but at first glance it seems he slipped and hit his head.
Was he drunk?
Alcohol may have played a role, yes.
I see. And you just
trying to picture the scene.
Found him there, lying in the cold. How long had he been there?
If you say 2 days maybe, it will be etched in her mind forever.
It's hard to say at this point.
She blinks, eyes welling up with tears, as her hand starts searching for something from the pockets of her dress. The handkerchief.
No words, just give her the lieutenant's handkerchief.
A small, terrified smile quivers on her face as she takes the handkerchief and wipes away the tears. She looks disoriented.
Is there anyone we could call for you? A friend, a family member, someone who could be here for you?
No, no. I just need to tell my girls.
She breathes in. Air gets sucked out of her lungs.
Unreal.
God. Should I call them? Should I tell them to come home?
No. A day.
No, take a day to recover. You'll be better prepared when they come home tomorrow.
Good. That's probably the right thing. Thank you.
She nods with a wretched expression.
Just tell me, what do I need to do next? Where is he? Can I see him?
We've taken him to the city morgue. The local coroner will be contacting you shortly to arrange the funeral. Here's his number in case you want to contact him earlier.
He hands her a leaflet from the morgue's contact information.
A very good call.
Is there anything else that the RCM could do for you?
No, I'll call you if something comes up. I'm still...
She rubs her face, runs her fingers over her cheeks, and become a little...
Thank you.
She looks down.
Thank you for telling me. I'll call if...
She runs out of breath.
These are her last reserves of strength. Her muscles will give in soon. Already, she starts to shake.
Again, I'm very sorry, ma'am.
We should step outside and talk.
Set the library card by her and leave the room.
You did well.
Lieutenant says, as soon as you left the apartment, the balcony feels cool and quiet with a stunning view over the district. Could have done more.
You did enough.
He pauses, rubbing his hands together to generate some heat.
Can save the whole world, you know.
Can't bring the dead back.
What now?
I'll call the station when we're finished with the day, and let them know the name of the deceased.
What about Billy and her kids?
They'll manage.
They have to. It's not your place to live their lives.
And that's it?
That's it. We should get back to our case now that our duty here is done.
Right, this is close.
Let's go.
You look south, over the crumbling balustrade. There, 1.2 kilometers away, a piece of broken stone cuts into the sky. A tomb. On it, a mural that used to say, "Tomorrow is just a whisper away." You cannot really see the felled building from here, but somehow you feel like you should return to it.
Grab 75 cents. And let's continue. Let's go ahead and take the shortcut here.
Trying to sneak up on me again? Trying to snuff me out? Get away, pig!
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles.
Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something.
Hold on, was that a person out there? Oh, it almost looked like one. Okay, I'll be right back. About 30 more minutes of streaming. Return to Morel and the Whirling in Rags. Tell him the last trap was empty.
It's great to see you again, officer.
He grins, bowing awkwardly.
My wife can't wait to thank you. Go on, talk to her.
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for finding my husband and helping him out. I hope we haven't been too much trouble for you.
It's just my way while I was working the case.
Here, I want to give you a small token of my gratitude. It's a tie,
held together.
Mexican origin. The pin is an antique, quite special.
Hands you a thin ribbon held together by a silver bird skull.
The little silvery knob holding the tie together feels warm in your hand. It's in the shape of an avian skull with 8 eyes. You could ask her about this when you get the time. It's probably a cryptid, but the phasmid, of course, is more important.
That's all for now, man. +1 inland empire, tuple vision, and +1 volition, the cryptid's protection.
Haha, nothing like the gratitude of a good woman. Now then, what can I do for you?
Gives a gruff pat on your shoulder.
He tries to play it cool, remain professorial, but inside, this man is itching for some news on those traps.
Do you know Gary was hiding there?
Hell no. I had no idea. And I'm still cross with him, to be honest. It's not like him. He's got his quirks, but dishonesty, disloyalty are not one of them.
Thanks. Man utters in the distance. He doesn't dare say.
He's still glad his friend stood up for him.
So I checked all the traps.
Good. Okay. And
one of them was empty.
Completely empty?
Because all just eyes grow wide. Yes, there's nothing in the trap. No locusts, no phasmid.
No locusts? No phasmid either?
That's not ideal, but...
He rubs his
It
chin.
just means the Insulindian phasmid is even more clever than we thought.
She's engaging in a well-known self-deception called motivated reasoning. You should correct the...
Of course, more clever.
The detective whispers to
You're
himself.
dealing with a subject near and dear to their hearts. It might behoove you to tread lightly.
Yes, the Phantasmadeia picked off the locusts and escaped. This is good news, though we'll have to reconsider the design of the traps, make them more secure.
Another trip to the reeds.
Are you sure you've exhausted all the alternative explanations?
Of course we have.
Charles' face flushes with indignation.
Wait, Morel. He may have a point. We have an obligation to rule out other hypotheses.
You're right, dear. It's a fair point. But what other explanation could there be? Pardon me. This is a big deal for us. You've helped us twice now, and brought some great news too. My gratitude, and the gratitude of the Société Cryptozoologique de Ravachol, is yours.
Heartfelt gratitude. But does it feel like closure? What really happened?
Thank you, it's an honor. We should probably return to our main investigation here. This has been refreshing, but...
Helping cryptozoologists isn't really a priority for our organization, is it? The lieutenant looks out the window, impatiently. Damn it, Lieutenant. Have you no intellectual curiosity?
Develop an alternative theory about the missing locusts.
Consider the way the empty trap was disturbed, as though shaken. Most likely the hands of a young person. Hands small enough to fit inside the trap, too. You should ask the red-headed boy, Kuno.
I think a little hooligan called Kuno may have stolen the locusts.
A little hooligan? But what would a child want with bags?
Oh, my dear Morel. You've been an old man for too long. Kids love to torment insects almost as much as they love to torment old folks.
Alright, I'm gonna talk to the little gremlin and see if anything comes up.
Delinquents. My favorite.
Doesn't sound like it really is his favorite.
Oh, you've been such a dear to us. Please let us know whatever you turn up. I have a feeling we're getting so close.
Well, I see you've got all the help you need.
Mentors
I'll
with
see you
companions.
tonight at my place. Let's play suzerainty, but no more field trips for me.
After this is your last chance to talk to Gary.
Really, Gary?
Young woman's voice is really
We're getting
shaky
somewhere here. I'd love to play suzerainty, but
Lena, I'm sorry, but you're not getting anywhere. It was some kids. I know the little mutants around here. Leave anything out in the open and they'll steal it, even if it's bugs.
He looks at his tea.
Morel, it's been fun, really. But I need a bath, and I have deliveries to handle. When this tea is done, I gotta run.
No need to apologize, Geary. You'd be more than helpful. We'll have to take a rain check on that game of suzerainty today, though. We're gonna follow this through.
The first man to break formation is always a blow to leadership. This is bigger than he lets on.
I'll let you get going.
Always a pleasure to see an officer of the law. I mean, officers.
Thank you for your cooperation. Now get. Ask Kuno about the empty trap and then take a look around the yard. And the real reason why the trap was empty, local kids might know. Before I do, let's talk to this guy.
Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme.
Behind the dock workers.
Avert your gaze. Let's talk to that Kuno punk. Hey Kuno, got a crowbar and I'm not afraid to use it.
Fuck does Kuno care?
You wouldn't have to know anything about any missing locusts.
No, Kuno doesn't give a fuck about bugs.
So he knows locusts are bugs.
Oh my god, I told you that shit is lame!
Shut up, see.
Now they're gonna take you to lame prison!
She sounds like she's about to cry, out of disappointment at Kuno's newfound lameness.
What's this
Deny
about?
everything, Kuno. You need to lawyer up.
Kuno's not gonna say anything without his lawyer present.
There's definitely something going on here. Remember his pig's head shack? You should check it out.
All right,
Kuno
I'm off.
doesn't.
Crawling with locusts here.
All around you, the hisses and chirps of locusts fill the musky air. The earthen floor of the shack has been shaped into mounds of mud, dotted with little holes for windows, like skyscrapers, spires of dirt and sand rising. Accommodations for their insectoid inhabitants.
Well, detective, it appears you've solved the case.
Lieutenant looks around, writes something in his notebook,
Of
and
the
turns to you.
locusts. For the missing locust case, which is a sub-case of the imaginary insect case. So at least that's going well.
Yes, precisely what I was thinking.
I feel we are nearing a real breakthrough.
You think the Insulindian Pasman is
If
nearby?
anything, the presence of the locust points to the opposite. The Phasmid did not take the bait from the traps. It was Kuno. The Phasmid doesn't exist. But what do I know?
Use your powers of deduction. You knew the magic bug was nowhere near here. The Phasmid is impairing your judgment.
You should talk to Kuno about this.
I'll let you handle the Kuno
him to
side
stop.
of things. You are doing just fine.
What's up, Kuno?
Fuck does Kuno care?
I know you took the locust from the traps that the cryptozoologist set up.
Yeah. Kuno took the bugs. So what?
You say you don't give a fuck about bugs, and then you go and build a whole bug town.
It's not Bugtown. It's the city of locusts.
He says, enunciating every
Locusts aren't just bug shit. They come out of the sky like a fucking shadow. Shit descends. Stop!
She wails from behind the fence, then buries her face in her hands.
You stop. It's like their fucking night. Locust City, Night City, City of Rage.
There's a tug of war over the name of his fantastical city. It's almost too big for his imagination. The girl forces herself to watch again, the corners of her eyes twitching from discomfort.
City of Rage sounds like a cool place.
Kuno, the pig wants to help you.
She moans.
Oh, that's how lame it is. Please just don't say you're
an artist. Maybe I am an artist. You hear that, everyone? I'm a fucking artist now.
Did he just say I? Kuno usually calls Kuno, Kuno.
Making art's a worthy calling. You know, I'm somewhat of an artist myself.
Oh my god, Kuno! He's gonna make you totally lame in, like, 3 seconds. Don't let him, Kuno.
Yo, fuck you, see? Kuno can be what Kuno wants to be. Kuno's his own man. Kuno's free.
Tears at the buttons of his shirt, trying to rip them open. They don't give away.
Kuno made himself into Kuno. Kuno can make himself into anything. Kuno can make himself into a pig if he wants. Kuno can make himself into a... Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Don't make yourself into a pig, Kuno. You'll have to take me away.
Leaden silence fills the air.
So that's what this is about.
Depends on the choices you make, young girl.
Without a word, she disappears entirely behind the fence. For once, the boy is lost for words. He turns completely red now, with splotches of white beginning to appear across his face. Use this momentary confusion to take control of the situation. You got him. Now convince him to leave the cryptozoologist's traps alone.
I have to ask, what does the City of Locusts mean?
It don't mean anything. It's shit. Kuno just likes to focus. Kuno likes to concentrate on shit. Build shit when he's zipping hard. Fuck.
Turns his face to the
Pig,
heavens.
you really shouldn't have fucked with Kuno City. Now it's all fucking lame.
I need you to stop taking locusts from the... what's going to happen to the locusts?
Kuno's gonna let the fucking locusts die.
You need to stop taking locusts from the trap. The cryptozoologist is trying to find something very important.
I don't give a shit. I don't need the locusts anyway. Shit is all lame now.
Turns toward the fence.
He was right.
The girl's face appears again, above the fence, just long enough to make eye contact with Kuno. She doesn't know whether to be glad because Kuno is finally convinced of the lameness, or more worried because of his continued use of the first person singular. Kuno is Kuno, not I.
Okay, now that that's settled, I'd better be
The
off.
fuck are they trying to catch anyway? With the traps?
Enceladian phasmid.
Huh.
Mutters to
He
himself.
recognizes the name.
Wait, you know what the Enceladian phasmid is?
Bitches think Kuno doesn't know shit.
He says
the
angrily.
fuck out of here. Kuno's tired of this shit.
There's silence between the two children. They're not saying anything to each other, nor looking in each other's direction.
Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno doesn't fucking care.
I'll die before I squeal, pig.
Child, confess with me.
Murder was the case they gave me.
Almost vanished behind the fence, only the top of her hat remains. All right. There's promise to stop. Report your findings to the cryptozoologists.
Hello, officer.
Had a chat with that kid,
I think
Kuno.
I almost have it. A new trap design, that is. I know you're skeptical, but I have a good feeling about this.
I had a chat with this kid Kuno. He promised to stop stealing the
So
locusts.
it was just a child.
He pursed his lips crestfallen.
Thank you for telling us, sweetie. This is good news, right? It means we can try again.
She turns to smile gently at her
She
husband.
acts chipper, but something's changed in her tone. A hidden worry. Something is secretly gnawing at her confidence. It's not this Kuno kid or the missing locusts. It's something else.
Yeah, you're right. We just need to restock the empty trap. Then we'll need to inspect the traps one more time. And then maybe we can.
Aging cryptozoologist breaks into a hideous coughing.
He has a 38-degree fever. His resilience has given way.
Darling, I told you to take it easy. You're getting sick. Maybe it's time to go home.
You're right, you're right.
He breathes carefully.
We can come back next season, when it's warmer.
That's just something people tell themselves when they fail. There won't be a next season. Not for this. Find a phasmid or admit defeat, people.
And I'm really feeling this is costing me time on my main investigation.
Of course, sweetie. You've helped us so much already. Everyone would understand if you...
It's not worth risking your health. You should call it a day and go home.
He's right, dear Morel. Come now. We've waited so long. What's one more season?
Self-deceit?
You're right, dear. We'll get our shot yet. I'm sure of it.
The slouch in his shoulders tells you otherwise. He doesn't know how many more field expeditions he has left in him.
This place is much better for fieldwork in the summer, believe me.
Is that a pang of sadness, Lieutenant?
Thank you, dear.
Turns to Lieutenant and turns
And
to you.
you, Detective Fox?
Sad smile.
You've been great company to an old lady and her stubborn husband.
You're right, Lena. The RCM is worth their salt. More so than they say on the radio.
Wait, can I have your address in case there's news?
Okay. It's 1113 Tabernacle Road, Jamrock. But...
A sigh. She doesn't think you'll need it.
Goodbye, Lena.
Goodbye.
Smiles as they leave. 2 old cryptozoologists and 1 gas-powered wheelchair. Really?
Yes? What is it?
Again? I can't believe this.
Hi again, Gendarme. Bye-bye, Gendarme.
Everything is good here.
There's a pile of cheap sunglasses in a small box. A variety of shapes and colors.
You like sunglasses, officer? I've got the latest styles right here.
These are all boring. Boring, third-rate ho-hum sunglasses made of cheap Syrahese plastic. The kind of plastic that melts in the sun. Those UV stickers are almost certainly just there for the show. If anything, these lenses probably direct more UV light into your pupils. A UV magnifier.
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, superb material, very cool, UV resistant. These will definitely keep your eyes safe and cool while doing your dangerous police work.
Try again. Maybe you can find some interesting sunglasses in the box.
No luck. All you find is this lime-colored cellophane visor, produced by a bargain sportswear brand called Amphibian, apparently. There's a malformed green frog on its bent cap.
Oh, that visor is perfect for you, officer. It'll definitely keep the sun out of your eyes while you're shooting criminals. Bang, bang! And all for a mere 6 real.
Hey, at least it might actually offer some protection against the sun. Not like those cheap plastic shades.
Kim, are firefights something we should be prepared for?
I hope not.
He says, looking up.
You don't like it?
Browsing.
Sure, Square Joe. No problem. Let's get you some real shades.
These are all those UV stickers.
These are all first-rate sunglasses.
Abort. These are hideous. What's more, they don't even fit your face. You can feel them.
Damn, officer! You look like a mega secret spy. Very secret. They're practically made for you. I'll let you have them for 2 real and 50 cents.
It's going to be very difficult for anyone to take you seriously with these things on your face.
No, you are definitely not buying those.
I don't know what to do, Kim. I like these
No,
sunglasses.
I can't. We can't walk around with you looking like this.
It's already risen midair.
Okay, fine. Go ahead. If you want to look like a walking midlife crisis, then who am I to interfere?
The lieutenant's reverse psychology for Betty doesn't work on you. If you want to look like a mega secret midlife crisis, that's your choice.
All right. To this Elysium medium, and then talk to those kids.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Spoke with a lawman about the roundabout.
On the contrary, officer.
She smiles.
There are yet camionneurs you have not talked to. And don't look so surprised. In a time like this, it would be strange if Wild Patterns didn't have eyes on the harbor.
They must have someone in an overlooked position. near the gates.
I suggest you go back and canvass for more suspects.
More
More
about
lessons in
reality.
basic reality. Glad
That's
to have
off
been of
right now.
assistance. The little that I...
Yeah,
Until
what
you
about
come
drug
up with something at that...
She simply nods.
Oh.
Everett again?
Of course, Detective. You can always drop by... Well, technically speaking, I'm not on it right now.
Kind of what's this
Oh
bullshit
my,
on?
the E word. You mean to say that it's a symbol of conspicuous consumption? That I'm a member of the ruling class?
Yes,
Detective,
exactly.
may I remind you that Mrs. Messier is a professional negotiator?
He doesn't think he'll beat her in single combat.
Then what is this positively destitute jetty doing here? And what about that fleet of skiffs?
It's her foot down on the rotten planks underneath.
A fleet. 3 shabby fishing boats is hardly a fleet.
This unmistakably proletarian fleet of skiffs. As I said, plenty of people drive boats. Of all social strata.
Fine,
Yes. Anyway. Good. What we do.
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to merely represent.
The pine, and that is...
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian
Well, the
in
inter-
the Saint-Baptiste, Elysium, an unknown entity.
Good
Why,
company,
thank
it
you.
seems. How much money does Wild Pines
I'm
have?
not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last
That's it? I
year...
thought Wild Pines was supposed to be
and to
big time.
think, there are years when the group runs a loss of billions.
Turns her eyes toward the wave running.
Wild Pines employs 72,000 people, all of whom have families that depend on their salaries. It is a tremendous responsibility.
It's a huge system with a place like
You
this.
mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners? Who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo?
8% of all cargo in the world? That's quite an endeavor.
There are no minor cogs in the system. Each terminal must be accounted for, lest the entire system break. Every hiccup in such a system means thousands lose their jobs, the world over. I'm here to assure that doesn't happen.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
What about the
Of
strike at
course.
the harbor? What is this
Mr. Clare told him to... How did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see.
Okay.
Yes. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator.
Sounds like usual aggressive posturing.
Guys,
The
you put
scab.
them there?
Don't let her answer it herself.
No, I mean scabs.
If these workers were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company.
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion. She's being sarcastic. Don't take her performance literally.
Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where
He's the
you
hero
and
of the
I...
workers'
He is the most
movement.
corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal,
hearing something about
more
this
irredeemable...
Edgar.
Have you seen him?
No.
Edgar looks exactly like his brother. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their work.
Nothing you
The
can yourself.
débardeurs organized...
A mob.
Refreshingly. And your opinion, Detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is...
An effective advocate for the rights of the working
Why do
man?
you think so?
Voice is calm. There's a little
What she
curiosity.
calls corruption is simply an aesthetic category.
Talking in aesthetic categories, the privilege of the overclass. From what I've seen, most people are just trying to survive.
Point taken. But enough about Everard. What else can I do for you?
Something happened in the
I'm
elections?
glad you asked.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore.
This forewoman, her name?
This forewoman.
Sadly, the company records do not even give a name. She's just forewoman in private correspondence, Holly. I don't even know if it's a sir or given name, and I don't have access to the union's files.
It happens.
Does it?
Or does
The
everyone?
company suspects foul play, but there's nothing they could do. It was a union matter. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
All I need here.
Of
Let's
course.
change subjects.
How else can I help? That's the man who was
Tattoos?
killed.
So do you know something about
I'm afraid this is a
tattoos?
discussion. Better not touch.
She wants to answer the question.
Thank you. That's all for now. All right, kiddos. Where did you hear these sounds?
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone
Where were you when
while
you
the
heard the
other
voices?
watches him.
There.
What pointed toward one of the ruined monoliths nearby?
We were there.
The field building looms overhead. I knew it. Rocks the sand.
Full circle. Back to
Trust
Feld,
himself.
then. When you're ready.
The boy turns the rock over in his hands.
Bye, kids. Take care. Let's piece this together at the Feld Bureau.
The once bright mural towers above you, saying, Feld Electrical, R&D.
Ashore from the idiot Doom Spiral. Search the coast for traps. Seen inside the church. Only your knowledge to understand what's caused the twins to hear radio in their heads.
You know a lot about radio. Enough to know you have no idea how or why those boys heard Speed Freaks FM in their heads. Knowledge like that isn't just obscure, it's unknowable. Dangerous theoretical facts like that are probably protected under the coalition government's Articles of Dominion, Title 14, Article 7C. While an expert might be able to suss it out on their own, a layman like you has no hope. You don't know how it happened, but the stores of your knowledge are vast, and there is something crucial in them.
What's that?
You know where Ruby isn't. She isn't in the fishing village. She's not with her bullet under the floorboards in the shack. So where could she be? The alcoholics never mentioned seeing Ruby either. Idiot Doom Spiral gave an exhaustive account of recent events, but never mentioned seeing Ruby. You've searched the whole coast for Morel's traps, just as you didn't find the Insulindian Phasmid. You did not find her. You've even entered the church, met Tiago and Sorna. Some criminals seek sanctuary from sacred buildings, though the sanctuary laws were abolished decades ago. But Ruby wasn't such a one.
Does that mean she's here?
If she's here on the coast, she'll be here. And besides, something weird happened to the twins around here. It'd be nice to know what caused that. Another fact for your collection. Suddenly, there's a sigh, carried on the molecules around you, moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure, like that of a woman emptying her lungs. She wraps the collapsing stone box in front of you, in her breath, flowing through it, in through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust on the stairs. And then the beach below the boardwalk. Its winding tunnels, a whisper away.
What's happening?
She's down there.
See, I think she's down there, below this building.
Why?
Twins did hear a radio from here, so something is happening.
True. But how do we even get in there?
There's a
The
ladder
doors
next
were
to
on the
the sign.
collapsed side of this building. They're gone, basically.
There's a ladder next to the sign, points to it. Perhaps we should climb it through the roof.
Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to see 70.
There has to be a way to use brute force. Climbing sounds unsafe. Brute force is safe. Look around and find something to break if the ladder fails.
Hello again.
Do you know of an alternative way into the building?
Alternative? I don't even have a mainstream way in, I'm afraid, although...
He points to the guardrail and the sewage runoff there.
There's a sewage pipe there. Maybe that does something? Sorry, I can't help more.
Pipes can be broken with force.
Do you have any advice on how to climb that ladder?
How to climb that ladder, you say? I do know that Lomantangs used sticks to climb battlements. There's even a special technique for that.
Can you teach me? Do you have any sticks with you?
No, I'm just speculating theoretically here. Of course, there's also the method ancient Ilmarans used to get into the huts of their enemies.
Wicked cool. Tell me about this method.
If I'm not mistaken, then it involved months of following a very rigid exercise regimen. No, years.
Right. I don't have years to spare.
In this case, I suggest looking into the Zeolite Invisibles class. The word refers to their remarkable ability to traverse any environment in the most efficient way possible. There's this excellent investigative piece of journalism by...
I don't have time to read any papers. Do you have any practical advice?
Yes, I have. There was this
Based on
one
your quick
time
sight.
where I...
Bring a subtle laugh lines to the corner of his eyes.
Mark my words. All of this somehow ties into the history of Occidental financial markets.
Leave. Alright. I'm going to save. We're going to try the ladder.
A rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. Some of the rungs are missing.
Yeah, that doesn't look good at all.
Assess the situation.
The distances between the remaining rungs are rather wide. You'd have to use the mounting brackets. However, they seem corroded and the peeling rust is razor sharp. In addition, the first rung is going to be tough to reach. It's what, 3 meters above the ground? And you're 180?
190, I'm a giant.
Okay, but still, the roof is collapsing and the wind gets pretty brutal up there. Dismounting from the ladder is going to be hard. Perhaps if you were to not climb the ladder. Instead, what if you were to reconceptualize climbing the ladder?
What if I don't climb? What if I just teleport?
Teleportation is not a thing.
Lieutenant smiles at you, or stares at you, stone.
Even if it isn't, no one told you.
It's a thing for me. I can't remember it's not a thing.
That's not how physics work, detective. And even if it were, wouldn't you need some kind of apparatus? A teleportation field or...
What are they talking about?
Kid behind you whispers, asking his
Teleportation, Mikhail. It's generally thought impossible.
It wouldn't hurt to
Oh
try.
yes, it could hurt. A lot.
He is restraining himself from using a parental tone with you right now.
Not ready to do this yet. Alright. Savoir-faire. Let's find some savoir-faire clothing.
The rusty ladder leads to the rooftop.
Teleport to the roof.
On second thought, maybe teleportation isn't a thing. Because you're just standing there squeezing your buttocks and nothing is happening.
Kim, do you know where I can get that teleportation apparatus?
Teleportation apparatus? I don't remember mentioning anything about teleportation apparatus. Please don't try to climb the building. We'll get in another way.
He did. He totally said something about the apparatus.
I am not ready to do this yet. To the pipe. Should have done it, then modeled it, then tried again.
There's nothing else.
Now, where's my breakable pipe?
The dome-shaped plastic board.
Long as it's not yours, you didn't crash every MC in Reverend Shaw, hopefully. Where's the pipe it talked about? Is it the one that was up the coast?
An old door, worn.
From here to the... It's military. The washer...
It may have been used.
Okay, so you guys mentioned a pipe. Where is it?
Hello again. How to climb that ladder, you see? I do know that Lomantangs used sticks to climb battlements. There's even a special technique for that.
Something tells me I won't climb the ladder with Lomantangs.
Then there's also the method of climbing that the ancient Ilmaran... From an evolutionary point of view, you could see this building as a logical conclusion to the more traditional hut.
Not really.
In this case, I suggest looking into the Zeolite Invisibles class. The word refers to their remarkable ability to traverse any environment. Okay, I have some materials at home I could share with you.
The rusty ladder leads to the rooftop.
Yes?
A drop in temperature, an easy flow there. An empty street. Before you, a thoroughfare unjammed with lorries. No more drivers smoking on hitch steps. Chemically sweetened. Across the road, a forgotten bus stop. Corrosion has opened a hole in its roof. An elm tree watches over the building. Its branches are dripping with rain and snow. The road is smooth and motley. Craters filled with a black asphalt. The asphalt, first laid, is grey already. A row of tenements are under construction in the distance.
Who are the people that live across the road?
A tub warm with water, white with soap. A man bathes while radio waves transmit the lottery numbers. 4, 18, 21, 4, 1. A modern washing machine rattles a drawer full of silverware. His boyfriend is on his way home. He brings tins of meat and vegetables with him. Their pockets are heavier with money, but only slightly. Number 312D. Young girls used to come here, huddled up, hoping for more warmth than their thin coats give them. The bus took them to school. It has not run for 8 years. There were not enough girls to sustain its cost. Craters pocked the surface. Children played in them until heavy trucks full of black pitch rolled in. The landowners have filled the craters with money. It is a vital artery of the flow of trade. The wind moves the aerosol. A detective stands behind the boom barrier. A breeze moves a curl of his hair. The scruffy-haired little boy.
Bye, kids. Take care.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is... You're back? Good. What?
Thank you, that's all for now.
Right to work!
Hola, Wandering Man.
Your race descent has temporarily halted, but you will fall again.
Yes?
A lorry stuck. The windows are clear. They've been recently...
Likely, yes.
The back, a book with ragged...
Racist nationalist paraphrase.
The driver as a daunting... An old monument. A silver, not a good track record.
Lowman, you caught me at an opportune moment. This awful weather keeps me awake. You can entertain me with your questions.
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam.
I legitimately don't know what I'm going to do next. I might be stuck.
The Coppernado is back. What do you want?
That complex operation out of Ruby's lorry? I think it's tied to some other case I'm working.
Nope.
That's all he says. Doesn't even
Next question.
I'll go over a few
Yeah.
with her
What?
disappearance. Thanks for the review.
Anything?
I'm off for now.
Behind the dock workers, a ceiling height with
What about you, boyo?
Hey, was there something you needed?
I'll
Got
go
the
for
20
tonight.
real?
Not
Then
yet.
why are you wasting my... Another
thing in the world.
Great. I
Classage.
love those.
Classage in room 3. She nicked the phone.
Why?
Stuffed
No,
himself.
fuck it. I don't want to know. I don't want to know why these degenerates do what they do. I thought we had one good guest in the building.
He really doesn't like it being classier.
Yeah, Lena. Lena's a
Yeah,
good
well,
customer.
she's not a guest, is she?
What?
Let me
Did
check
someone
it.
mention my name?
We were just paying you a compliment. And finding out a degenerate from room 3 nicked the phone line. Everything is okay here.
He yells and turns to you.
Good thing that guest pays for her stuff on time. I'll forward her the bill and be done with it. Was there anything else? Oh, yes,
Blue
that
steel
door. Yes.
Yeah, then never mind.
What else?
I also
Yes.
wanted to ask you about. Goodbye.
The man ponders his cooking utensil. He looks. Shrugging is an international sign for no. He smiles. It's almost like music, especially.
Stay masculine.
You see, it could be connected to the old cobalt. It leads to the cobalt old. It leads to two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman.
Can we talk to her, please?
Officer, what brings you up here in the rain?
Found your buoy. It was empty, just seawater.
Oh,
Did you take the documents?
no, of course not. As I said, it would have been too risky for me to use those documents anyway. My employer gave them to me. In truth, I should have destroyed them.
She doesn't seem to be lying. She's genuinely spooked by their disappearance.
Perhaps the people who were after you took it.
They couldn't know where I put it. I'm absolutely sure I was not followed. And I've told no one but you. You mentioned seawater? I was worried I'd been too careless with the latch. The documents were probably just washed away.
Let's return to this later.
The same small, heavy.
Yeah, I know. It's time to eat. I'm 30 minutes over on time. I'm trying to figure out what to do next. I'm not actually talking to you, Smokey. I'm talking to Anna. Gotta spend money to make money. Alright.
This orange machine is dead. Both cables are unplugged. The bear's eyes are dead. A thick layer of coal dust covers.
I legitimately don't know what to do next. I'm hoping I did not paint myself into a corner.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio.
This is Precinct 50.
Sylvie?
This is Sylvie. Yes. Hello. Oh, great. What else do you need, detective?
Quit the job of the
You mean
rolling.
why-
Why not?
Why aren't you comfortable discussing it with me?
Let's just say I left because I needed to get away from someone.
Get away from whom?
You know whom?
You think you hear a sliver of accusation in her words. Don't be paranoid. She's obviously talking about someone else, not you.
You mean me? You get away from
I
me?
really don't want to talk about this. Let's just forget about this, okay?
Alright, I don't know if we
Maybe, I don't know. I just know I have to take some time off right now.
Will you call the police?
No? Not me. Okay.
Bye.
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
Close the radio
In the
for now.
cabin, you see.
Really didn't want to do this. Really did not want to do this. I literally don't see anything else that it could be.
Your race descent has temporarily halted, but you will.
Ask what kind of races there are first. Classification is core to this stuff.
Hey, you're right, I'm new to this world. Help me understand the races. I need to know what kind of differences races
Do
there
you?
are. This is for the thing.
What thing? We already got in the harbor. You just want to hear about the races, don't you?
You are obviously a liberal, Sayerlight. A polyculturalist. I can see it from your love of microtechnology and your sartorial choices. Do not deny your friend the truth you have denied yourself. There are 3 categories of race. Type A, the heroic races. Type B, the servile races. And the vile CF race cauldron of pederasty. Which one do you need education?
Alright, type A,
Those are the Simonese, the Areopagite, and the Occidentals, excluding the Maun, of course. The Maun are riddled with eczema to the point where they find it impossible to smile. They are all lactose intolerant, a common result of inbreeding. A receding genetic pool has led the Maun on reprehensible street parades in Maun cities like Stadskanal and Vredefort, wearing wooden clogs on their feet and little green tassels on their hats.
Wait, what's that for the Maun?
You know them by the names of their nation-states. The Oranese, the Gotwaldians, and the Königsteiners. My people simply call them Maun.
Mahun is a derogative term for first world people of Gotwaldian descent. They do not all have eczema. Also, people of Katla, like the Suru and the Huhu, are much more lactose intolerant.
Okay, the wooden clogs?
In
though?
some municipalities of Oranje, people do wear shoes made of wood to street parades. Green, orange, and even yellow tassels have also been seen on hats.
The Maun are proof that you can have too much Occidental racial purity and tassel-centric culture. Inbreeding has led to a lactose-intolerant subrace whom no one can take seriously.
Colorful tassels are, let's be honest, not a good sartorial choice for this century. You might want to avoid wooden clogs too.
Okay, got it. Who are the type A then? In your
The
view?
Vespertines and Messenians of Vesper and Messina, the ancient Meteorans of Meteo by the golden Pisantic Sea, the Suren of Sur-la-Clé, and even the North Königsteiners, all have type A race propensity. The other large Mondial civilization, the Mesk, are too yellow and oleaginous to count as a heroic race. True, they are violent and expansionist, but they have a glandular problem. Overproduction of sebum. Sebum is leaking into their brains, making them listen to El Mariachi music and eat toxic minced meat-based food, which in turn only produces more, as proven by the Maun and the Mesk. Occidental type A is in retrograde. The Simonese and the Areopagite are the indigenous people of this, the Insulindian archipelago. The Simonese, the Areopagites are the master race of the Ilmaran deserts. The Simonese are descendants of the Areopagites.
The difference between these are...
The Areopagites are sleek, long-headed. The Simonese are powerful. The latter is perfected and adapting.
Type
Type B are the unheroic races. Amorphous.
The Khoikhos of Grad, Yugo, Zhimsk, Shest et al. Are what you would call white, officer, in a suspect description.
Yes. To an untrained eye, the Khoiko appear white and pinkish, like a ham sandwich. Pinkness is a racial quality that has to be earned through scent. The Khoiko, the countless micronationalities of Grad.
Wouldn't he be one for ethnostates?
You don't like ethnostates?
They are microscopic. The Seminary, its leaders will be the genetic epitome of the Vasholians, halfway between...
Is it 82,000 years that we've been recording history? You have very little idea of what is happening, but that seems a little off.
Pretty sure history hasn't lasted quite that long.
The mysteries of the people of this planet are a tragedy that has played out countless times over. like a fever dream of skin.
Okay, you heard about this revolution. Mistakes were made. But it was the right
Wake
stuff.
up.
You're
The
wrong.
revolution came to Ravachol from Grad. In Zaraz reading potato cards. The revolution is fatal familial insomnia. Enough of Tibet mediocrity.
Okay, cauldron of whatever.
Tips CF are a museum of failed chimeric experiments. Lesser races like the mosquito, a grotesque mixture of the mosquito is born sterile, like a donkey. All they have...
It seems unlikely that two human beings produce genetically sterile offspring.
Aren't humans too similar to produce genetically sterile offspring?
You are right. You have, Miss...
The sage will not budge on this.
Anymore?
Then there is the Simino Koiki Chimera. Are you sure you wish to know of the Simino Koiki Chimera? It is not an aesthetic site.
Better not to.
That is understandable.
Now that you
Were
told
there
me all
more
about
forts
this,
in
I
that?
understand
You
this.
understand nothing. To solve the great race enigma, you have to first ask yourself, what is the race lost?
Let's
I
discuss
cannot possibly imagine what else we have to.
Let's
There
go with
is
that crap.
nothing found. I cannot possibly.
Bye.
Looking for something odd?
I might be stuck. Try to lift the barbell. What's the worst that could happen? We are at the end of this playthrough, I think. Just about to set this down.
This orange machine.
Oh, you're not gonna let me do this without the flashlight. All right. What are the clothes they used to display?
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework
Insert the
in
production
like a
schedule.
smooth draw. The filament slides into place. The speaker comes to life. Static seeps through the machine's planar magnet.
Good afternoon. Fortress accident. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule?
Yvonne, it's me again. How are you?
Good, thank you. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule?
Let's try the password for the production
Good.
schedule.
Please repeat the password.
Afterlife death.
Good. I've unlocked the production schedule.
Really? She just used the same password?
a-
Maybe
it's a-
those radio computer guys aren't that paranoid after all.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else?
That's all for now.
Thank you and goodbye.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering. With a quiet determination, the printer starts printing. A piece of paper unfolding like a handheld fan. A black crisscross. It's
Read the
a
printout.
project report written by the lead producer, Andrew Andy Schott, about Whirl Untethered, a radio game developed by Studio Fortress Accident. The first few pages give an overview of the capital and workforce, while the rest of it seems to be a production schedule.
Read the workforce who worked there.
Fortress Accident employed 18 people. The bulk of the team composed of writers and concept art, and a single overburdened producer who developed a habit of popping Pyrrolidon in the... Why did Fortress Accident have so many concept artists?
It needs so many artists.
It didn't.
It didn't need so many concept artists?
Definitely not. A few more producers could have come in handy though, especially when dealing with writers, some of whom routinely... One of them even managed to steal some valuable company property before skipping town for good.
Skim through the production schedule.
The production schedule depicts their glorious descent into bankruptcy.
Because the concept
Not
artists?
the concept artists. It wasn't even the writers. It was impossible not to fail. The project was too large, and they tried to make a 4 million real game. They thought they could bridge the gap with pure... They couldn't.
I could have bridged the gap.
No, you couldn't have.
I mean, I totally
Definitely not. Not a chance. Even then, success remained within an ever-narrowing margin of possibility that, despite everything, never entirely disappeared. That is, until they discovered the Valley of the Heads.
The what?
At the 11th hour, the lead designer, Jimsk-born Sulisław Jalisa. This place was to be the Valley of the Heads, where the heads of all the headless constructs could be found. The player would have been able to choose a head for their headless party member, and each head would have been voiced on air by a professional actor.
How many heads were
So
there?
many. The last count, there were approximately 10,000 heads for 10,000 headless men, all
combinations
of
could
which
you make
could
out
be...
of that?
And do you really want to know? There
Yeah.
seems to be a
What heck could it
calculation
be?
here. The lieutenant taps his foot in... What if you broke the radio computer? Well, yeah, that and the catastrophic data loss. On the nature of the data loss, there's ominously little information. What is clear is that one day, an unidentified numeric anomaly occurred on the East Insulindian Lintel front, just as the Wirral Untethered project was being compiled that day.
When it caused all the data to get lost in the air.
When the project was returned, it was completely blank. The team spent weeks on the phone with Lintel, the service provider. But despite their diagnostics, they could never produce a satisfactory explanation or pay for the loss.
Wasn't there a copy of the game, a backup?
Mysteriously enough, it seems that the off-site copy happened to be on-site when the catastrophic data loss occurred. It was the lead programmer's responsibility to oversee weekly maintenance of the off-site copy and, well, keep it off-site. An explanatory note from the lead programmer has been attached. S. Luukinen Kilda, the lead programmer of Fortress Accident. The off-site copy was on-site because there was no off-site anymore. Not for me, not after 8 months of crunch. I didn't have a home anymore, so I started keeping it in the basement in the ice bear refrigerator, near where I went to sleep. It was perfectly safe there. The temperature conditions were optimal. Her former colleagues would agree with you. She's right, actually. Nothing wrong with keeping this type of filament memory in a fridge.
Anything else from his lead
The
programmer?
production schedule ends with a few random notes that seem to be added sometime later.
Read about Capital
In
One
its
about the
short
money.
time of existence, Fortress Accident, the first tranche of seed financing, brought in 150. Eventually, the damage reached 400,000
Get all
real.
this
Let's just say it was a real adventure for their Igaunian investor.
Read the notes at the end.
4 months later, by an unknown author. I am the only one left, and it's gotten rather damp here. A few other businesses have gone under, too. Slipstream switched to making skis, and the hairdressers just still haven't got an answer from Lintel about what happened. All I could get were the physical coordinates of the error on the East Insulindian front on that day. Since the computation happened on air, I reckoned it had to coincide with an actually existing location. I have compared the coordinates to a map of Revachol West Turns out it's only 800 meters from here. The address is Saint-Brun 1147. I am going there to look this thing in the eye. Saint-Brun 1147? That's what the street sign next to the church said.
Do I have to print out?
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Fluorescent plate. The speaker comes to...
Good afternoon. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule? Thank you.
Tiles on the cube. The filament slides out of... This orange machine is...
We're an hour over on time, and I don't think there's anything else I can do on this game.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night.
Same address the lead programmer Fortress Accident was looking for.
Yes, what is it? Yes?
The offsite copy.
This is getting ridiculous.
There's a solution, but she doesn't want to hand it over to you yet. It's a thing. Something she holds dear.
Oh, God.
Basement?
And no. We clear?
This is clearly a painful topic for her.
It's about
She's...
the backup.
Hold on. If it's called an off-site copy, then why is it still on site.
Oh,
Base?
and no. We clear?
This is clearly a painful topic for her. She must have had to.
The bookstore lady hates me. Says I'm part of the curse. Whatever that means.
Are you part of the
Of course not. Because she's from Martinez. And people from Martinez have never ever seen a radio computer. She thinks it emits elemental evil.
If it does emit
It
elemental evil.
doesn't. And
The lieutenant coughs.
once I came in, so what I need you to do here is go have a talk with the book. Of course, because she's from No.
The lieutenant coughs.
Once I came, so what I need you to do here is go have a talk with her. The book. Of course, because she's from Yes.
The lieutenant.
Once I, so what I need you to do here is go have a. Wait, Zarisa, like it would on the head.
Valley of 1,000 head. This solution.
No, no. That's the production. Thanks. The swallow, you mean? Great. Thanks. I brought them here. Great.
All right, I am a full hour over on time. I do need to stop. I may do a different game starting tomorrow because it appears that we are done here. So, thank you so much for watching, and I hope you have a wonderful day.